So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
Fatality. this usually take?
Shivering an immediate return. Shoot the radar into the ground and the bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. 2 more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's the computer.
Oh. Postmortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Oh, they got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just
like
like a bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have you here today. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to what should be a fun discussion today about the etymologies of dinosaur names.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Sculpin, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sculpin. Here, before we get into today's topic, let me introduce myself before I get further distracted. My name is Danny Anduza. Here's those distractions now.
Here, Danny. Haven't been here in a good while. But one question that always irked me was, why do people insist on calling Smilodon a saber-toothed tiger? Where did that originate from?
That is a fantastic question. Savage Deviliho? Savage Deviliho. If there's a better way to pronounce your name, please let me know if that bothers you. Because I'd like to be able to pronounce it correctly.
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Thank you, Sculpin, for those 5 gift subs. That is excellent.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff there, Sculpin. Thank you. There's 5 people in the chat now who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, so thank you. But yeah. Appreciate you, Sculpin. It's a saber-toothed cat. It has to have been some kind of... I bet it's one of these things from around the turn of the century. There was some influential piece of media that called it a saber-toothed tiger, and then it just spread from there. There are... Sometimes these... There would be like one really influential media depiction that everything kind of stems from thereafter. But saber-toothed tigers are not tigers, and they're not even within the genus Panthera, like the tiger is. It's a totally different genus, Smilodon. I don't even know if they are necessarily... I think a Smilodon is... Like, a tiger is more closely related to a house cat than it is to Smilodon, I think. Anyway, we can talk about that if you like. But, given that that's a mammal, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, that's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse. Again, my name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, to get back to our intro here. As a paleontologist, I work on fossils. That's what paleontologists do. We are fossil scientists. Not fossilized scientists, but scientists who study fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaur fossils, what I specialize in, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Dinosaurs are what I do and what I'm here to share with you today. So I'm glad you're here. On this channel, we're all about fossil science. We're all about answering your questions about fossil science, trying to bring paleontology to the people.
Tradoon.
I do that to the best of my ability here, via the magic of Twitch.
Tradoon.
I'll be pulling some of these books off the shelf at some point today as we discuss dinosaur name etymologies. Dinosaur nomenclature. Today is apparently something called Learn What Your Name Means Day. I try and find special topics for a lot of these different streams. And that's ours today. If you look at the schedule, type in ! calendar. You'll see this. And according to different websites, it's either March 5th or 6th is Learn what your name means day. It's from like obscureholidays.com and stuff like that. So anyway, I find those, and I find ones that I think might be good springboards for discussion. We've got this today. It's National Elephant Day on the 13th. Everything You Know Is Wrong Day on the 15th. We're going to be talking about dinosaur misconceptions then. We're going to be talking about fossil frogs and their relatives on National Frog Day on the 20th. National Flower Day is the 21st. We'll be talking about the evolution of angiosperms. This is what I try and do to spice things up here a little bit and give us focuses for conversation. Because on live broadcasts like this, we can go in any direction all the time. It can be a little bit chaotic, so to have a topic to organize the chaos around on a live broadcast like this can be important. So that's what we're doing today. One of you have already figured out the, well, here, I'll get to that in a little bit. Anyway, let me go through chat real quick and say hello to everybody. And then we'll play some Metazua. We've got 2 Metazuas to do today. We'll get into our topic. But let me scroll up to the top, or what is now the top. I've already lost. It's got trimmed. But we've got Claire Burr and Matt M33, Nathaniel Soar 24. I like how your name rhymes, Nathaniel Soar. Welcome, welcome. We've got Savaged Evalijo, Savage Devilijo, Savage Devil Joe. Oh, Savage Devil Joe. I'm gonna say it like that. Welcome, welcome, Savage. Niffler and MS Coggins, Phoenix the Archaeologist and Sloppy Salamander, Paleontologist VA. Howdy, howdy. It's good to have you here. And North Carolina Museum of Science. Oh, very cool, Paleontologist VA. Are you working with Lindsay Zano, maybe? And Truck Stops W. Oh yeah, thank you for the follow. When you do as much driving as I do to go out to different fossil sites across the American West during the summer, you go to a lot of truck stops. And sometimes you see a truck stop and you go, that's a win right there, that's a W. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Thanks for the follow. Sorry to make a big deal out of your name. I'm not trying to... Today's all about names, so I've got names on the brain. But yeah, Dan the BC Man and the Texas Cryptid Grim Deviant and Nathaniasaur. How are you doing? This song is about 9 months too early, so apologies. But we're gonna ride it out here. I need to move this to a different playlist. It's still some surf rock, but yeah. And Louise Error, thanks for snatching up that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It's squashed completely flat.
And
the bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Red Bulwark, thank you for the 9 months of support. I appreciate you. And thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 9 months, Red Bulwark. That's funny, Kevin Payne, I just saw him, like an hour ago. I made a visit to the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley this morning. And saw Kevin there, and yeah, I asked him, hey, I've got so many questions, Kevin, and I don't want to just email you about them. Can I, take you out to breakfast sometime and, just pick your brain about some stuff? I said, I don't really do breakfast, but, send me an email, we'll work something out, so I'm gonna do that. Man, would it be nice to not do breakfast? I wake up in the morning sometimes and I am ravenous, I need breakfast. Anyway, and what are you doing there? Someone else is looking ravenous. Sweetie Pie. Oh, you're looking sleepy. Give me the slow blink there. Maybe you'll make an appearance in a little bit. I gotta get through chat. We've got Lenina. How are you doing, Lenina? Welcome, welcome. Matt M33 with a 75 stream streak right there. 75 streams. I think you might be here for streams I'm not even streaming. Matt M33, that's incredible. Thank you. I appreciate you. Moving down really quickly. Desmodus and Steely Dan. Racadactylus and Reaganation. Reaganation, welcome back. I feel like it's been a minute. How are you doing? Scrolling. Rose Sand. Could you see his boomerang? Yeah, that's a Mad Max reference, isn't it? I haven't even seen that movie, and I still get that. I'm impressed with myself. Real OG Tony? Yeah, Real OG Tony. Thanks for being here. Welcome back. Scrolling. And Nathan Iosaur says, Matt M33, you mean Troodon. Nathan Iosaur, it's so good to have you here. You've not been inducted into the Tradoon lore yet. Oh man, you will be. You stick around. Yeah.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
But yeah.
Tradoon.
And Lordy, how are you doing? Howdy, Lordy. Welcome. I dig that Ios chicken emote. That makes me smile. Rusty Guy, hello to you. Rachel Darling Endeavors, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. It's good to have you here. Brow, welcome back, Brow. I feel like it's been a minute. How are you doing, Brow? Good to have you back. Timmer's Crutch and Cass the Dreamer. Truck Stops W. And Red Bulwark. I think I already said hello to you, Red Bulwark, but hello again. Super late breakfast, like 3 or 4 hours after I wake up. Almost brunch/lunch, basically. Racadactylus, sometimes I try and do that if I feel like I've been eating too much food lately. But sometimes that just leads to overeating at lunch and then dinner. So yeah, I don't know. I like to have a little meal when I wake up, even if it's just like a protein shake or something. Lady Fiend says Ashley was originally an Old English surname. It's derived from the Old English Anglo-Saxon words Esh and Leah. Translates to dweller near the ash tree meadow.
Tradoon.
I love that. Welcome back, Lady Fiend. And Ninetails says, did you take Jonen for a dig yet? From here on Twitch, right? Yeah, Jonen V. And apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. Enlighten me as to the correct pronunciation. As to the correct pronunciation. Tell me how to say it good, please. If I ain't saying it right. Not yet, no. But I will be doing some more dinosaur digs this summer. I'm going to be live streaming from Wyoming as soon as like May 31st. Earlier than I thought. Which is going to be excellent. But yeah. And Browse is good so far. Your streams are just too late for me. I'm sorry about that. Today I streamed as early as I could. I got back a little bit late from Berkeley today. I was at the museum there. But I was looking at some stuff which is actually relevant to today's stream, and we'll get into that in a bit. And Jonan V, you got it. Thank you, Claire. Jonan V. Pro Nancy I Shun. This is Chris TS. Isn't quite. Is that right? Jonan. Okay, that's straightforward enough. Mayor of Space, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Brenington dice, Buenos tardes, paleontologores. It should be paleontolo... Well... Paleontologodores, maybe? Paleontologodores? Paleontologos are paleontologists. Soy un paleontólogo, I'm a paleontologist, as the song goes. Oh, that'd be cool to do that in Spanish. My Spanish is not as good as it used to be, though. Anyway. But yeah. What's his name again? Wait, who? Nathaniasaur. You know what your name reminds me of, Nathaniasaur? Given that it's got the I-E and then saur? Reminds me of a pariasaur. Yeah, pariasaurs are these wonderful critters from the Permian period. Yeah, not dinosaurs. They predate the dinosaurs, obviously. But, yeah, pariasauria. They are cool and weird critters. It's not difficult to imagine a skeleton like this on the cover of, like, I don't know, some sort of a metal album or something. Yeah. Anyway. And Cliff Alistair McLean says, so allegedly my name means Steep Rock Face, Man's Defender, from the clan of the Little Guardian of the Vale. But since it's not my real name anyway, the question remains, what does it really mean? That's up to you, Cliff Alistair McLean. You gave yourself that name, right? Yeah. And what's up with their neck? What do you mean, Phoenix Archaeologist? What neck? What neck? They don't really have one. Yeah. And Nathaniasaur, of course I've been to Glendive, yeah. Yeah. I've never spent a lot of time in Glendive itself, but I've passed through there many times on my way to other places. On my way to North Dakota. You know, I used to live in Bozeman, Montana, for the better part of a decade. I lived in Bozeman. But I knew, what was their surname? The folks who ran the music shop there in Glendive, they had a daughter who was a paleontology student at the same time that I was. And, theirs was kind of like a music shop slash, almost like a makeshift fossil museum there in downtown Glendive. Downtown Glendive. It's a small enough town that the downtown is just, you know, the part that you drive through. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Shanna says Nathaniasaur? Wait, hang on. I'm trying to remember. Shanna or Shana? It's been a long time. It's been a long time. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Real Joe OG Tony says Bozeman is great. Yeah. I lived there for a long time. Better part of a decade. That's kind of where I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. Was in Bozeman, and then when I would leave for the field, too. For places like Garfield County, Jordan, Montana, the Hell Creek Formation, or Rudyard, Montana, the Judith River Formation, areas like that. So, yeah. Anyway, if any of you are new, stick around until we get a big raid, and then I'll play you a welcome video that kind of... It will do a decent job of introducing you to my background and where I came from and how in the world a paleontologist ended up here on Twitch, all that good stuff. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Today, of course, is I'm trying to find a decent video on Learn What Your Name Means Day, but it might be so incredibly obscure that it's just... I don't know. Let's take a look at this, I suppose. What's in a name? From something called Half is Interesting, one of these obscure YouTube channels. It's got 1.3 views. Oh, wait, no, there's an M there. Sorry, 1.3 million views. Let's take a look.
Cenozoic, tripartly, plurocentrum, antidodontalgic, floxinosin,
Hey Murph,
helipidification.
howdy howdy.
See, what I'm doing
How you
here
doing?
is using a bunch of long fancy words to make you think that this video isn't some mumbo-jumbo pseudoscience nonsense. Because it's not. There are plenty of very legitimate studies linking your name to your life, and that makes sense. After all, your name is as attached to you as your arm, your leg, your credit score, the regret that you didn't buy Bitcoin 6 months ago because it was too complicated. Your name is part of you.
What does that look like now? Oh boy, it's probably down closer to 0 nowadays.
Your name is part of you, and you reflect your name. For example, here...
And nominative determinism. Yeah, Ricadactylus, we're not really getting into the whole nominative determinism here thing, but we are going to be talking about different names in zoology and paleontology, and how that influences the way that people think about animals. It's going to be kind of a fun topic today, you know? It's not going to be too serious. But yeah.
There are 3 people. One is named Richard, one is named Bob, and one is named Jack. Who do you think is named what? Now, these are all American white men around...
And hang on a minute. Isn't that Jack Hanna right there? I think I already know that. I think this is Jack Hanna. But as for Richard and Bob, that could kind of go either way for our remaining 2. Richard, since Bob is a nickname for Robert, and this guy is wearing a suit and tie and almost looks like an elected official or a lawyer or some other kind of muckety-muck, I would say he's probably Richard because that sounds more formal. This guy, just the way that he's looking at the camera too, feels a bit more personal, a bit less formal. I'm going to say he seems like a Bob, but that's a guess. I really don't know.
The same age, so there are no ethnic or generational biases that you could use to match names to people. But statistically, there is an above average chance that you matched Bob to Bob Buckhorn, mayor of...
Nope. I didn't. I said he looks like a Richard.
Tampa, Florida, Richard to Richard Ford, novelist and short story writer, and Jack to Jack Hanna.
I only got this because I know who this guy is and I've seen him before. So yeah, I would say, you know, experiment failed. There's a, you know, just a little bit falsified there. Lordy says, Danny, failing tests. You know, well, I didn't fail. The test failed. Or the hypothesis failed. That's how it works in science, you know?
Zoologist and conservationalist. Some of you may have by chance...
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. What? Did he just call him a conversationalist instead of conservationist? Did he just say conversationalist? Like a guy who has conversations, he talks? Instead of conservationist? We got to listen to this again.
And Jack to Jack Hanna, zoologist and conservationalist. Some of...
Oh boy, not a great look. Not a great look.
Short story writer, and Jack to Jack Hanna, zoologist and conservationalist.
And what's funny here is that I'm gonna make a somewhat speculative but maybe educated guess here. It says conservationist. It's correct in the closed captions, but he said it conversationalist, didn't he? Or did he say conservationalist? Put an extra AL in there. What this tells me is that whoever created this video probably imported the text file from their script into YouTube to create the closed captions. So these closed captions are not auto-generated by YouTube, but that's taken direct from the script. And he just misread it and didn't notice that. How often does this channel create videos? Is this one of those like content mills?
Some of you may have by chance recognized one of these people, but the majority of you who didn't, on average,
I did recognize this guy. Otherwise, I would have gotten all of them wrong.
match the right name to the right person more than the 33.3% of the time that would be random.
No.
The Hebrew University of Jerusalem conducted the study that identified this ability to guess names and that names fit their owner, which helps explain, at least a little bit, why you don't know many professors named Chad. They conducted a series of tests where they had participants guess the
I do literally know
real name of people in photos, and in all cases, the guesses were far more accurate than random chance.
I don't think that's intended. For example, I know Professor named Chad, he's in Tampa. Is that a joke, Racodactylus? Yeah. 9 videos in a month? Oh, psychology professor Chad Dubit, USF. Oh, okay, Racodactylus. Well. Excellent.
Own 4 names for each picture, meaning that if it were random, participants would guess correctly 25% of the time, but for some names, such as Tom, guesses were correct 52% of the time. With other names, such as Yeshua, accuracy was as low as 9%, well below random, so they continued their study by affirming that the accuracy didn't just come from some names being more popular than others, but on average, names were guessed correctly 30% of the time, 5% above random.
And is that actually significant? How good of a p-value is that, really? You know? What journal published this as Racodactylus? I don't know. I was not expecting to, like... I've never seen this video before. I just thought it would be fun to talk about the significance of names and stuff like that before we actually get into the biological names, which are made up. And those are fun to talk about. I didn't think we'd be getting into a whole thing about, like, garbage research being published in journals and that sort of thing. But, Jim says all names are made up. Yes, but some names are made up basically on the spot. Well, some names are more made up than other names, I guess. All names are made up, but some of them are a bit more arbitrary or random than others, I would say.
Indisputable that people do look like their names. But here's...
That's not 5%. No.
The problem with this conclusion.
Oh, boy.
With very little exception, names are chosen before or at birth, at which point parents have pretty much no idea what their child will...
And that's also, like, not true. Shoot. I went to a school where, like, probably 5 or 6 of my friends, their names were different from, and this is in like elementary school, their names were different from when they were born. So like and maybe it was a weird school like that, but a lot of the kids were adopted, and like during the adoption process, they would get to pick a new name, if they wanted to, and like more power to them, you know? So there were, actually I probably had 10 or 15 friends, honestly, who like had a different name than their name at birth. And then you get so many other people later in life who like, I know people who have gotten married and then they changed their first name as well as their last name. I know people who have gone through various like career transitions or gender transitions, or like they've had a religious confirmation or religious conversion or something, and then they changed their, like, people change their names all the time. I know somebody who changed his name because he had a criminal record, and he was basically like living under an assumed. People change their names all the time. They tattled on the mom, and there you go, Steely Dan. Yeah. In fact, I can think of here. Here's an example right here.
Don't worry.
We didn't have one yesterday, but... That's funny, Mayorspace. Some people don't change their names, but you know, a lot of people do. Yeah. Someone said Homer looks more like a Max Power. He does change his name to Max Power in one episode. There we go. Yeah.
So I want the monogram to read M-A-X.
Anyway. Yeah. But there is something about that. A name like Max Power does conjure up certain feelings, certain... I don't know, it colors our perspective a little bit. That's kind of what we're talking about today. In fact, that's honestly a better intro into what our topic is than whatever this video was. What your name says about you and all this stuff. Oh boy. I don't know. We're gonna discontinue that other video. And, but yeah. Yeah, and Tommy Platycus.
We've got an amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg.
Wow.
They're perfectly preserved.
What? Somebody stop that kid. I don't... Yeah.
I'm just here to take a break from studying for an exam tomorrow. I only have 2 months left of school.
Well, Joshua Sweet. Holy cow. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It is good to have you here. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for the 20 months of support, by the way. That is practically an entire year. If my math is correct, which it rarely is. I'm glad you're here, Joshua Sweet. And good luck with your exam. Make sure you get plenty of sleep before you take that exam. But not so much sleep that you end up sleeping through the first part of the exam, because that's also not good. You know, it's a balance that you have to strike. Yeah. And Gray Fox, how are you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. And Max Payne says, Steely Dan, great name for an action game hero, terrible name for a dentist. I would agree. Yeah. Unless the dentist is Steve Martin from that one movie. What was it called? Oh, The Jerk, yeah. And hello, Orchestron. How are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to have you here. And speaking of names, the jerk had the name of a dog. Well, it had a dog in it with a name, and that... I can't repeat that name here, actually. Anyway, names are interesting. The Three Amigos. I never actually seen that Mirror Space. I need to see it. I've heard it's a classic. And Upstairs Down. How are you doing? Upstairs Down. Because of how your message there is formatted, I panicked for a millisecond there. I thought you said evening. All I hear is John Barry's Immortal Bond theme, and I thought, oh no, is my microphone not working? And nobody's told me yet so far. But no, you said evening all. I hear John Barry's Immortal Bond theme, yes. Goldfinger, good stuff. Anyway, today we're talking about names of different dinosaurs and other critters. And we've got our very first dinosaur name meaning redeem right there. Hugin. Hugin, are you still here right now? Because you seem to have been the first one to notice our new channel points redeem there. Chat, you can redeem a dinosaur name to learn the etymology of. Hugin would like to know about Trirarchuncus prairiensis. This critter right here. You are, Hugin. Thank you for being so observant. We are going to talk for a minute about this critter. This is a very important dinosaur to me. This has got a special place in my heart. Because this is the first dinosaur that was ever described with me as one of the authors on the author list. Yeah. It lives in trees and says rawr. Not quite, Steely Dan. Here, let me show you. Let me pull out a book. An extraordinarily rare book. I think there are like 3 or 4 of these in existence. Because it's self-published. But this, right here, is a book that my old crew chief put together. Paleontology 2015. Collecting Dinosaurs on the American Prairie Reserve. This was kind of a visual and also textual account of our paleontological fieldwork in 2015. Yeah, in 2015, American Prairie Reserve Board of Director member Keith Anderson kindly provided funding for a paleontological investigation of APR lands. Working under a Bureau of Land Management's permit, the field crew from Fowler Paleontology and Geology spent July of 2015 prospecting the Hell Creek Formation of Timber Creek for promising fossil localities. In this first of 2 summers' work, we discovered 59 new fossil sites, including many dinosaurs. This photo book showcases a selection of our finds. I almost feel like that needs, feel like that needs the, yeah, this photo book showcases a selection of our finds. There's our crew in July of 2015. Everybody's wearing white except for me. Jack Wilson, Holly Flora, Denver Fowler, this dingus here, Warwick Fowler, and Peter Thomas. Prospecting for fossils in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana on the American Prairie Reserve. So, we had all kinds of exciting things happen to us, but Here we go. The find of the summer. The enlarged hand claw of an Alvarosaurid, a highly unusual and very rare group of insectivorous dinosaurs. This is only the 4th specimen from North America and the finest claw ever collected anywhere in the world. There it is right there. Jack Wilson found this. My former roommate, he was my roommate at the time, and there's a super quick sketch that I did of this animal. This is the critter that would be named as Triararchuncus prairiensis. And that might sound like kind of a weird name, Triararchuncus? What? But I assure you it's got a very cool name. Because of its meaning. Triararchuncus. Here is the original publication right there. Triararchuncus prairiensis, gen et spinov, that means new genus, new species. The last Alvarosaurid from the Hell Creek Formation, Upper Maastrichtian of Montana. And there's who's this dingus? That's me. Anyway, yeah. With such a weird name, you'd be like, well, what does that mean? Well, the name Triararchuncus, Denver coined this, because it's an animal that, that's got just one big claw on each hand like this. Denver thought he could come up with a cool name for it. This is an Alvarosaurid, by the way. Here. Let's watch a classic clip right here from Prehistoric Planet. Newly classic.
Mononychus is...
So Mononychus is a very closely related dinosaur. In fact, our dinosaur Triararchuncus might have evolved directly from Mononychus. It's really hard to say, honestly. But I say that just to emphasize that they are very, very closely related. They're members of the same family. So Mononychus is a very similar critter. Like they're almost identical. The name Mononychus. Can anybody tell me what that name means? Mononychus. You can, Claire Burr. What does it mean? Mono means one, and rail means rail. Yeah. One something, not monorail, Mononychus. One Nike shoe, says Desmonas. Well, I guess you'll have to see. Somebody got it right.
A desert specialist. Such
One
hypersensitive
telephone?
directional
Lenina remembers
hearing
that.
gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
And there you, Jody Fish remembers. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we've got some correct answers there in the chat. Very good. Very good. You know who you are.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name.
Here we go.
Mononychus. Single giant claw.
Yeah. Mononychus. One claw. And there you go.
Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
One claw to rule them all. These are clearly the kings of the dinosaurs, Rachel Darling endeavors, yes.
And she has
chicken
another
size,
special piece of equipment.
flighty. Exactly the qualities you want in a good
flexible
king.
Tongue twice the length of her head.
A flexible tongue twice the length of your head? Yeah.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
And they're quite a Dorabka. Kokanak, I agree. Yes, absolutely. Wonderful little animals. Wonderful little animals. They are super, super cool. So, Mononychus right here with its big one claw. And Trirarchuncus, this is a model that I sculpted and printed. I sculpted it digitally and then 3D printed. We did this live on stream, actually. It was a ton of fun. Yeah, the Huggy Baby. Yeah, there you go, Trappy. Yeah. Yeah, so Trappy, this one is Mononychus. This one is Trirarchuncus. What's the difference? Location. As a realtor would say, location, location, location. There are extremely subtle differences in the shape of the claw in Trirarchuncus and Mononychus, but the difference is location and time. Trirarchuncus was after Mononychus. So Mononychus, there is a possibility that it actually evolved into Trirarchuncus. Although that's extraordinarily difficult to demonstrate through the use of fossils. I know they are very much related. They are practically identical. In fact, I think they actually group together in a phylogeny. They are sister taxa. So yeah. Anyway. But now we get to the name. Why is it called Trirarchuncus? What does that name mean? Well. I think it's a pretty good name. Denver Fowler came up with it himself, and the name means Captain Hook, after its single-clawed hands. And I think that's a pretty good name. Trirarchuncus means Captain Hook. Prairiensis means from the prairie, because we found it on the American Prairie Reserve. Jack Wilson found that claw on the American Prairie Reserve, and Denver Fowler wanted to honor that organization, and so that's why he named it that. Yeah, its natural predator is the crocodile, Steely Dan. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I'm sure a few of these animals were eaten by crocodiles over millions of years. Just by the numbers, I'm sure that occurred. But yeah. Anyway, so that's where that name Trirarchuncus comes from. And I bet you I can find that right here for you. There we go. This is like a pre-publication draft, but anyway, yeah. Introduction. There might even be a section on etymology here. This is also nuts, by the way. As a paleontologist, as somebody who's literally an author on this paper, I do not have access to this journal. And I don't have the original PDF. It would cost me, I don't know how much to get this. Since this is not an open access journal. Yeah. Even the open access part is forbidden. It says it's open access, but it's not. Right? Oh, wait, is it now? No, it's... boy. No. Anyway, if I were to, like, actually purchase the formatted article, it would probably cost me about $60 or so. Anyway, give me the link, I'll get it for you, Rhacodactylus. I'd love to have the formatted article. Holy cow. There it is right there in the chat. Yeah, and Granastuda, Sci-Hub, Garnastuda, it just, Sci-Hub only gives you, either that or this. The unformatted one that I don't think has any images in it either. Which is, it's got some at the back. Yeah, but this is basically like the manuscript that Denver sent to Sci-Hub had to stop updating in 2020. Oh no, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. And yeah, Paleostrom unformatted papers. I still don't have a formatted version of this. Which is kind of a shame, because I'm one of the authors, you know? I emailed Denver about this a while ago, because I'm sure he has one, but... Well, I think he has one, anyway. He never got back to me. Maybe it's because he doesn't have one. But anyway, yeah. Murph says, Trirarch, as in a commander of a trireme. Exactly. That was the closest thing that Denver could find to the word captain. That was, like, Latinized or Grecianized. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. That's Trirarchuncus right there. One of my very favorite dinosaurs, for obvious reasons, I think. Anyway, Paleostream, how are you doing, Joshua? It's good to see ya. Welcome back. I saw your marine illustration the other day. Oh, it was so good. I would pull it up on Twitter, but Twitter seems to be down right now, at least for me. It will not let me log in. It, like, automatically logged me out. I think they're having server issues. Kimmerge Clayfawn. Yes, indeed, Paleostream. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. Yeah. Anyway, let's get into Diplodocus real quick for Orchestran right there. I know off the top of my head what the genus name Diplodocus means. And it's in reference to the morphology of the caudal chevrons. These little projections that come off the bottom of the tail vertebrae. The name Diplodocus means double-beamed. In reference... to those tail vertebrae. This should help explain it here, if this will embiggen properly, and it won't, because it's on WordPad. Oh boy. Never mind. That might do it. This could be better. Let's try a good old Wikipedia and see if those images will embiggen. There we go! Yes. Thank you, Wikipedia. Good stuff. And thank you, Racodactylus. I'll open that in a minute. Thank you for that. There's a reason you've got that VIP badge, Racodactylus. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Do you see the double beam here? On these caudal vertebrae, these are the bones in the tail. And that's interesting. We've got, like... Unless this is a... No, this does look pathological. There's an injury right here. These two have fused, these two vertebrae. But anyway, these are what we call caudal chevrons. So these are... They're kind of the tail equivalent to, like, cervical ribs in the neck. But in Diplodocus, they project forward and backward. Double beamed like that. And that's where the word Diplodocus comes from. Yeah. This one, there seems to have been an injury right here, where this vertebra and this vertebra have fused together. Like that. And then these sets of caudal chevrons are all, like, all messed up. I wonder if this is actually... Presumably that's reflected in the original fossil there. Yeah. Yeah. It's a Neo-Latin term derived from Greek diplos, double, and dokos, beam, in reference to the double-beamed chevron bones, located in the underside of the tail, which were then considered unique. Nowadays, we recognize that these occur, I think, in Apatosaurus, probably in Barosaurus, probably in all of the diplodocoid sauropods like this. This might even occur in, like, Dicraeosaurids, and it might happen in a bunch of different sauropods now. But yeah, Diplodocus pretty cool critter, Orchestran. And at one time, this was the most famous dinosaur in the world. Because of Andrew Carnegie and the Pittsburgh Museum of Natural History. The Carnegie Museum of Natural History, I should say, in Pittsburgh. They sent casts of this all over the world. Here, take a look at this.
To see another day.
Oh, and shoot, we got to do Metazoa here real quick before I forget. Thank you, Lenina. And Claire. And then we'll get into Diplodocus again. Sorry, I don't mean to give you whiplash like this, but we've got to do this because we've only got 30 minutes, and I don't want to forget. Let's try and guess our mystery animal of the day. From yesterday, I guess. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. That's a mammal that's not a marsupial, not a monotreme. Jody Fish says wildebeest. That's a good one to guess. It's an artiodactyl. That'll put us where we want to be, I think. Oh boy. Oh, but today's is not a mammal. And welcome, Goddess Pink. Howdy. It's good to have you here. This is more instructive than you might think it is, actually. It's not a mammal, but it is an amniote. The way that this game works, especially for those of you who are new, we'll guess various animals, and this will show us the most exclusive group, the most exclusive evolutionary clade that includes our guess, in this case wildebeest, and then the mystery animal of the day. So this, as close as it can get us, is amniote. Let me show you what that means. Amniotes are non-amphibian tetrapods. What's in here? Yeah. So, amniotes are... well, essentially, today, they're reptiles and mammals. And that's it. And yes, that's it. Just reptiles and mammals. Because birds, strictly speaking, birds are a kind of reptile. Birds evolved from dinosaurs, which are a kind of archosauromorph reptile. So that whole classification system that you learned in school, oh, well, you know, there's... what are the different... you know, what are the 5 classes of animals? Well, there's fish, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and birds. That's not how we as scientists, as paleontologists, as evolutionary biologists, that's not how we use these. Doesn't actually reflect reality. Birds are a kind of reptile. They're within the reptile group because they evolved from earlier reptiles. And both reptiles and mammals, if you go back far enough, they evolved from fish. So really, all vertebrate animals are fish, if you go back far enough. Anyway, we know that our critter is an amniote. It's not a mammal. So, right off the bat, we can say the 5,000 plus species within Mammalia, it's not one of them. It's got to be a sauropsid. Sauropsids are reptiles, essentially. Lepidosaurs, which includes snakes and lizards, and Tuatara. And then archosaurs, or archelosaurs, which is turtles and crocodiles and birds. They're all sauropsids there. So what I'm going to try and do here, give me the name of a neonath bird, chat. Or you know what? No. We maybe want to... maybe it would be more intelligent to do a paleonath bird. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Actually, no. It's more likely that it's a neonath. Give me the name of a neonath bird, chat. A bird that's not a cassowary or an ostrich or a rhea or a kiwi or a tinamou or an emu. Give me the name of a more... gull. Okay, I like that. I like that, Sparky Pugwash. You said seagull. Birders don't really like the term seagull. But this game uses seagulls, so let's try that. And sure enough, it is a neonath bird. This gives us another clue. We're trying to guess this in as few guesses as possible. So... Here, I don't even have to type it in. We can just do it manually. Birds, turtles, and crocodilians. Birds and crocodilians. Birds. And then neonath birds. Now, our gull is going to be over here in this clade. So what we can tell here is that... Man, it would really help me out if they had the name of this clade. But we can tell that it is not going to be a member of this group. So, right off the bat, we can cross off our nutcrackers, our lorikeets, our woodpeckers, our gulls, our buntings, our birds of prey like this, and our wrens. We know it's not going to be one of them because the best it could give us is neonath. We guessed gull. It would give us the name of this clade if it was that, but it's not. So it's got to be something more early diverging than that. It could be a penguin, or a flamingo, or a petrel, perhaps. In fact, I kind of want to try penguin here. Or maybe pigeon. Because pigeons were part of this group, right? Pigeons, yeah. Let's try pigeon here. And see if that gets us anywhere closer. And it didn't. Okay. We aimed too high. It's probably in this earlier clade. It could be a hummingbird, perhaps. Let's try a hummingbird and see if that gets us anywhere closer. And it didn't. So either we're still aiming too high, or we're smarter than the game is. Let's see if it's a kind of fowl. Let's try, a duck. If it weighs the same as a duck... Oh boy. Patrick Crusader says, I would say smarter than the game. I think that might be the case. Oh boy. We've already used 5 guesses here. This is annoying. Okay, we're officially smarter than the game is. We've done each one of these major radiations of birds. Galloanceray we just did. We tried to knock that out with duck. And I was like, nope, but it is a neonath. It's not part of this clade. It's... oh boy. This game is not good with birds. It's really not. Flamingos are over here. We already tried to knock out this clade by doing pigeon, Sporky, and flamingos are part of this clade here. Let's try sparrow, I guess. Let's go in the other direction. Oh boy, this hurts. Because we try and be real intelligent about this, and it... it didn't get us anywhere closer. It's like it doesn't have any subgroups beneath Neognathae. That's really frustrating. What the heck? I don't know, let's try something dumb like eagle or something. Bald eagle. Nope. I don't even know where to go from here. This is really annoying. This is really annoying. We could try another passerine bird. We already did a sparrow, which is the quintessential passerine bird. Passer is the genus name for sparrows. But I don't know where to go from here. Shoot. Let's try parrot or something. Or parakeet, perhaps. Nope. Oh, boy. See, that's the thing, is it's not sorting any of these into their clades. It's just like Neognathe is as specific as it gets. This, like, you know, infra order of birds until it gets down to species, and that's really annoying. Really annoying. Here, let's I don't know. Let's have some faith. Let's maybe look more basally. We tried fowl, we tried a duck. Let's try a chicken or something. I don't know. I don't know how we've ever gotten birds in the past, unless they were paleognaths. Okay, so it does recognize Galloanserae. And it's not part of that clade. What is wrong with this game? Like, what are some other major groups of birds that... I already tried eagle, which should take us to Acipteridae. Or Acipteriformes, at least. I tried... woodpeckers. Do they have hornbills or kookaburras? They don't have kookaburra. They don't have hornbill. We'll try woodpecker, I guess? And I don't even know if this is a clue right here. So here we've got fowl, which are fairly basal, according to the other tree. Hummingbird, pigeon, seagull. Is it gonna be between the fowl and sparrows? Like, that's the thing, is that there's not really left or right to this. It's just they can all flip, they can all turn around. It's not how cladograms work. Should we try flamingo? I don't know. Might have to do a hint, says Mommy Does. I've never once done a hint. I don't even know how that works, you know? We could try owl, I guess. Let's try barn owl. We're just bleeding guesses here. This is ridiculous. That narrows it way down. I guess let's try for a hint. Ugh. I hate to do this, but I would hate to lose even more, you know? I know it burns 3 guesses. We already tried penguin. Yeah, it's on there. Didn't we? Maybe we didn't? No, hang on. Did we not try penguin? Penguins are pretty close to gulls, aren't they? We tried a flamingo, which is in the same clade as penguins. But let's try penguin, and then if we don't get that, we'll do a hint. Let's try macaroni penguin. And that's it. That's it. Oh, boy. I've never used that many guesses. We used 12 guesses. 12! Because the game doesn't have proper rankings for birds like this. Man, that was annoying. They don't make it easy in birds. It's downright broken, I feel. Anyway. And do those intermediary clades have official names? They do indeed. Static Life Photo, yeah. Yeah. So here, let's, Here. Look at penguins on Wikipedia and take a look at their taxonomy here. So, penguins are Sphenisciformes. They are part of Diptornithes, excuse me. Ostrodiptornithes, which is part of Aquornithes, or the core water birds. That's the least inclusive clade containing Gavidae and Phalacrocoridae. Oh boy. So anyway, each one of these different ranks actually has a clade name like this, and these should be in that game, and they're not. They mostly are for mammals, but they're not for birds, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, that's annoying. But we're gonna get back into our names discussion here. And so let's do that. Here we go. Let's talk about unusual names of different critters and maybe talk about why scientific names are necessary. So here's a lovely little sideshow video here about 8 different animal species with awful names. Yeah.
Names
awful
are
common
important.
names.
They help us identify people and things and to categorize our world. And in biology, they can help us understand important details about a living thing, like where it lives or what other living things it most closely is related to. But sometimes the common names we use for things are they're not just bad, they're wrong. The cool thing, though, is that even those names, wrong as they may be, can still show us a lot about how we think about living things. They can reveal what traits of an animal we find most important, or how our understanding of the relatedness between living creatures has developed over time. So even the most terrible names for things can be kind of enlightening when you dive deeper into understanding why the names are so wrong. Let's start with the mountain chicken, which isn't a chicken. It's not even a bird. It's a frog, a brown, banded, and splotched frog that lives on a couple islands in the Lesser Antilles. I guess you could say that they live in the mountains.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Well.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Shinken Gatsa, thank you so much.
Have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Let's do it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid. It's great to have you here. Shinken, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Hi to you, too. Looks like you were doing some skull and bones. Well, seems like that's what I do every day here, isn't it? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How is that not a game about osteology, you know? I'm glad you're here. On today's episode of Paleontologizing, we're talking about names, because apparently today is Learn What Your Name Means Day? I don't know. One of those obscure holidays that calendar manufacturers probably came up with. Some more calendars. But, yeah. We're talking about the names of different dinosaurs and what they mean. And the names of other critters in general. So let's get back to this video here. And, oh, by the way, we were just talking about a dinosaur called Trirarchuncus, which is very near and dear to my heart because I'm an author on the original descriptive paper, which Rachidactylus sent to us. Here, let me find that in my email here real quick. Open up the other account. Shouldn't have to pay for your own paper. Thank you, thank you. Rachidactylus, I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Good stuff. Grab that out of the downloads. Yeah. And there it is. Beautiful. Yeah. This dinosaur, Trirarchuncus prairiensis. Yeah, derivation of name. The genus name refers to the trirarch, specifically a seafaring ship's captain, trireme ships of ancient Greece, and uncus, meaning hook in Latin. Species name means of the prairie, referring to the gentle plains of eastern Montana, in particular the American Prairie Reserve, where the new material was discovered. So the name literally means Captain Hook of the prairie. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. And it is a lovely little critter. And someone even did a lovely illustration of it. There we go. As a pirate. See, it all comes together, Shinken. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Rachidactylus, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, Rachidactylus. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to get institutional access via a local museum, but it's taken a little bit longer than I'd expected. So, yeah. Anyway. Gotta love this. And yeah, it's just not. Twitter still seems to be down for me right now. It's just not working. Yeah, that knucklehead really did a number on that website. Purchased it for $45 billion. And now it's worth like probably less than $1 billion. Oh boy. Anyway, not this guy. This guy's great. Hank Green, let's continue.
Though they're found from sea level to about 400 meters in altitude, not the peaks of the islands. There does seem to be a somewhat reasonable explanation for the chicken part, though: their taste. You see, mountain chickens were a prized delicacy for the people of Montserrat and Dominica. Adult females can be up to 21 centimeters long, while the males are slightly
Facebook and
smaller.
Instagram
So
are-
each one has
oh,
lots of
interesting.
juicy
They haven't seen
frog
the
flesh to offer, if you're into that. And apparently, they do taste a lot like chicken. But
Yeah,
the name
jaded
could
fairy
also
bad,
come
right?
from their
Yeah.
distinctive chicken-like call that echoes through the steep sides of the valleys where they live. Or where they used to live, anyway. People once harvested thousands of these frogs yearly. But then the fungal disease chytridiomycosis hit Dominica in 2002 and Montserrat in 2009. That brought their numbers down from thousands to just 2. With the arrival of the disease, each island enacted a permanent hunting ban in 2003 on Dominica and in 2014 on Montserrat, and since then, the population has steadily risen. It now sits at
Okay.
around 132 total, which is more than 2, but
still
is
so
still
few.
very few, which is why the species
practically
continues to be considered critically endangered. So we had a chicken that was a frog, now we've got the horny toad that isn't a toad, it's a group of
Yeah, oh, this used to really, really bug me. Holy cow, there was a... So back when I was a high schooler, and I was applying to different colleges and universities around the country, I don't know, my name got onto some kind of a list, and I would just get, like... I remember one time, we just got, like, a knock at the front door. We open it up, and I just see, like, a postal service worker, a mail carrier, just like walking away from the door, and they looked like upset. I look down and there's just this big like USPS basket, like a container, just full of, and it was like overflowing with just all of this ridiculous mail from different universities and colleges and stuff. And I just threw most of it away at the beginning. Because it's like, never heard of these schools, I'm not interested in them. I know what I want to do. I'm going to be a paleontologist, you know? I don't care about any of these schools. But one caught my eye, and it's like, oh, that's a really cool horned lizard that they have on the... There's just like a big picture of a horned lizard. And I'm like, okay, I'll open that one up. I like horned lizards. And then, like, they had a poster inside that you could unroll, and it had a big like cartoon picture of a horned lizard, and then it said in giant font, "Go Frogs." I was so mad. Like, how do you get your own university mascot so badly wrong? It's not a frog. What? And that's this animal right here. Yeah, I don't even remember what school it was, but I remember being so mad, and like I was like, I wanted to write them an angry letter and be like, stop sending me garbage in the mail, that's incredibly wasteful, and learn some basic biology, will you?
Lizards in the genus Phrynosoma. This is one of those cases where the common name is based more on looks than scientific classification. See, a couple of features make them stand out from other lizards, and they also explain why they're
TCU.
named after a puffy
Lenina,
amphibian. For one, their body shape is
Your
flattened
local college,
top to
really?
bottom, which gives them
Oh,
a
boy.
more rounded appearance. They also have short, bent legs, and they're reluctant to run away from predators. Instead, they puff themselves up when threatened, making them look even more
They're very cool.
like. They're not trying to look like a toad.
Lenina says, I see Go Frogs everywhere here. I'm so sorry, Lenina. I'm so sorry that... I don't know. Maybe you're used to it, but that makes me... That fills me with righteous indignation. You know? I know it's supposed to be short for horned frogs. Because I guess maybe they don't like to use the term horny toad, which is another colloquial term, but like it just They're just painting themselves into a weird corner where they make themselves look really dumb, you know?
Though they're making use of their most striking
You got used to
feature,
it?
their spikes. These sharp
Yeah.
spikes cover most of its body, but they are particularly big at the back of their heads. When they puff themselves up,
I guess maybe it would be like if an Australian school had koalas as their mascot. But they called them koala bears, and then they just shorten it to bears, and then they say, "Go Bears," for an animal that's a marsupial, you know? Although even that is not as bad as this, because these animals are way further from frogs than koalas are from bears, you know? So yeah. And then that, can we find this maybe? Oh, hello. Speaking of mammals who are not bears, Mini Pie, how are you doing? Hello, Mini Pie. What's shaking? Yeah. Wait, Dame Karen says, oh, we have a football team named the Brisbane Bears who have, guess what, as a mascot? Oh, no, not a koala. Dame Karen, no! I brought that up as a hypothetical example, and somebody was actually dumb enough to do that? Mini Pie. Mini Pie, that's so distressing. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. And Lenina, Blue called you a dork. Hey, Lenina, tell Blue you were correct about that. Tell Blue you were correct. I would have said the same thing. I would have run onto the field and with a big banner that said that. You know? Yeah. Isn't koala bear used a lot, though? Yeah, but it's not a bear, and, like, everybody should recognize that. You know? Oh, shoot. Where did OBS go? There we go. Mini Pie, you press the button with your tail. Yeah. Anyway, it's not a bear. It's not even a placental mammal. It's not... Yeah. And it's Metazua time again. Okay, let's do that again real quick. Mini Pie, can I give you a treat? Would you like that? What do you think? Yeah? Okay, let's make that happen. Yeah. I know you came here to make a collection. She's like, yeah. You know, as a captain in this family, I gotta go around, make my rounds, do collections. It'd be an awful shame. It'd be an awful shame if, you know, somebody coughed up a hairball onto your keyboard. It's a nice stream you got here. You know, you don't want anything to happen to it. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. Okay. I know... you need a taste. So here you go. There you go. Oh. I did not hear any crunching there, Mini Pie. You were... You didn't even chew that. You didn't even chew that. You just swallowed it whole. Mini Pie, you swallowed that whole. Don't do that. Yeah. My goodness. Here, can I brush you for a little bit? You've got so much loose hair. It needs to be harvested. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Flying Spaghetti Monster, please don't stereotype. Oh, she's not bad luck, I promise. She crosses my path, I can't say how many times in a day. You know what? I have pretty good luck. I don't believe in luck. statistics and probability. Huh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Harvested 4? Asked Dame Karen. I don't know. For the trash, honestly. I do know. It's for the trash. Yeah. So wasteful. I should be knitting a sweater out of this, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Minnie. Yeah. You're just... We currently have a cat in front of this camera. So we'll have to switch cameras here. There we go, that's a little better. Aw, Minnie. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. So much loose fur. Look at all of that. You're just shedding. It's getting in the mechanism on my microphone arm. You're a menace. You're a menace. Yeah. Oh, what do you think? You're a menace. It's like, no, look. I'm such a good cat. Oh. Yeah. It means she loves me? Sparky Pugwash? Don't tell her, but I love her too. What? I didn't say anything, Mini Pie. I didn't say anything. Yeah. You taught a past girlfriend's cat to roll over on command? That's really cool, Mosaic. Just from petting her, I'm collecting all kinds of fur. Let's get the brush again. Get this out. Yeah, there we go. And Reaganation, thank you for gifting Sparky Pugwash. I do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
74 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. You just saw an opportunity to come over and derail the stream, and you know what? I'm not even mad about it. Worth it. This was worth it. Even if I'm getting hair all over my face. You know, it's just in the air. It's airborne now. My goodness, Mini Pie. My goodness. Yeah. Rhacodactylus says, what's the origin of her name? That's a great question, Rhacodactylus. Especially on today. So Mini Pie's name... Well, at first there was Moon Pie. So this is way before I was in the picture. Years ago, Ios and Lordy, who were members of my stream team, and I live in their house now, along with these cats. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Ios and Lordy had a cat named Moon Pie. And Moon Pie, they used to live in Ohio. In Athens, Ohio. And they were... I think it was in Athens. They were walking home late one night during the winter. There was snow on the ground. It was cold. And they heard this pitiful meowing noise. Like, meow, 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 meow. And they said, oh no, listen to that pitiful cat. And... Mini Pie. And so they stopped to check on this cat. And the cat's like, oh, this cat knew a good thing when she saw it. And she followed them for, I don't know how many blocks, like, back to their apartment. Where Ios and Lordy were living at the time. And they weren't just going to leave her out there in the cold. So they said, you know, we'll bring her in for one night, clean her up a little bit, because she looked really dirty and smelly and just didn't look well. And they cleaned her up a little bit, and she was so grateful that they just kind of adopted her. And she had a little white spot on her chest. And so it almost looked like cream filling. So they named her Moon Pie. Moon Pie was the name. Oh, Minnie. And so Moon Pie moved with them from Ohio to here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Back when they lived in San Francisco. And then, oh, thank you, Jedi Mega Man, for the 17 months. I appreciate that. Meownificent, I appreciate that, Jedi Mega Man. Thank you for the 17 months. So anyway, Moon Pie was living there in the house with them, in the apartment. And then Hogan. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. One day, I think Lordy was coming home from work, and she saw another small black cat who kept following her. So she picked her up, and she walks over to the door. The front door of the apartment opens it up, and Ios is there, and Ios asks her, Lordy, why are you holding Moon Pie? Because it looked just like Moon Pie. It's another black cat.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Thank you for getting that hype train kicked off. Good stuff. Thank you. So Ios goes, Lordy, why are you holding Moon Pie? I'm like, hang on, that's not Moon Pie. She's smaller. That's like a mini pie. Hence the name Mini Pie. Nowadays, Mini Pie has grown where she's even bigger than Moon Pie, so she's no longer as mini. But that kind of illustrates some interesting things. I've got cat hair all over my face. But sometimes names stick even if they're no longer correct. And that's going to be a theme today as we go over the rest of these. Yeah, Mini Pie is transformed into Maxi Pie.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Jim.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur
Whoa.
fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
The KPG boundary there, Jim.
2006 and their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Jim. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Today we're talking about etymologies. We're talking about the names of different dinosaurs and stuff, and where those names came from, why they're important, or why they shape the way that we think about certain creatures. You know? So yeah. Anyway, we were watching this little video about these animals. Sometimes called horny toads or horned frogs, despite the fact that they are very obviously lizards.
Making them look even more toad-like. They're not trying to look like a toad, though. They're making use of their most striking
Anyway, Jim, thank you again for the raid.
Spikes.
What'd you get up to?
These
Tell me about
spikes
it.
cover most of its body, but they are particularly big at the back of their heads. And when they puff themselves up, they basically turn their bodies into big medieval flails. The idea is to make them look so big and dangerous that predators, especially those that like to eat their prey whole, will not be interested. If approached, they will toss their heads backwards to pierce their attacker and direct them towards less vital parts of their body, like their tail. And if the attack continues, these not toads have one more gruesome trick. They can
they shoot blood out of their eyes.
Directly from their eyes.
Bingo.
They do this by increasing the blood pressure in their head, so blood escapes through the orbital sinus, a little air cavity near their eyeball. The double whammy of ouch and gross can give them enough time to run away and avoid becoming a meal. True to this list thus far, the slow worm of Europe and Russia is...
Yeah, it's... Oh man, this is another lizard. Slow worm is a legless lizard. Yeah. And yep, Rhacodactylus, that's these lizards that can do that. They literally shoot blood out of their eyes. Yeah. Yeah, check this out. Right here. Yeah. And Geo Jim says, we looked at some sedimentary rocks and other random geologizing today. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sedimentary rocks, of course, the favorite rocks of any paleontologist. Those are really the only rocks that we find fossils in. So in my opinion, they're the most important. But other people might disagree. Said rocks are your favorite too? You're in good company here, Geo Jim. If anybody would like to follow a real-life geologist here on Twitch who streams, go follow Geo Jim right now. Thanks for the raid, Geo Jim. I appreciate you. Check this out. Some sedimentary rocks right there. Yeah. Coat. Skin. Un coyote. Holy cow. Pretty wild. Interesting. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, like a water gun, yeah, Phoenix, yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it's got to harm the lizard somehow. Losing blood isn't ever a good thing. Yeah, I mean, it's... This is one of those things where I bet that we call it blood because it looks red. But my guess here is that these lizards are not actually particularly well studied. I bet you if somebody were to do her master's thesis on this lizard and that defense mechanism, she would find out that it's actually more complicated than that. It's probably like a mixture of blood and some other kind of fluid that's produced especially for this purpose. Yeah, I bet you there's a really interesting study there. One thing that I've been continually astonished by throughout my scientific career is how many things we still don't really understand in a detailed, meaningful way. How many different creatures are still much more poorly understood than we realize. Because sometimes in my line of work, I have tried to make sense of different bizarre anatomical features in extinct animals, you know, like dinosaurs. And so I say, well, let's look at this modern animal that's got a similar kind of structure. What is this modern animal? Still alive. What does it use that structure for? You know, we can study those critters and figure them out. That could be a clue for dinosaurs, right? And then time and time and time again, it turns out nobody's actually really studied that animal. We don't really know what these modern animals use that thing for. Or the modern world, like, animals today are still grievously understudied in most cases. Which is kind of sad, but at the same time, it's also exciting because there is so much out there still to be learned. There are countless lifetimes worth of scientific research still to be done on animals that are running around today. And then that knowledge can help us understand the ancient world as well. It can help us understand creatures like dinosaurs that went extinct tens of millions of years ago. Or hundreds of millions of years ago. So yeah. Regadactylus says, this is making me want to stop my current PhD and go back and get credentialed as a herpetologist to study this. finish your current one, Rhacodactylus, maybe get a second PhD as a herpetologist, and you can combine your areas of expertise and conquer the academic world. You know? Yeah. Neverwinter makes a really good point here. Holy cow. Neverwinter says there's probably a lot of formic acid in there. Horned lizards eat a lot of ants, and they do. So, yeah, this, I would not be surprised if there is concentrated formic acid in there that these lizards bioaccumulate from their prey. That would not shock me. I like the way you think, Neverwinter. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Yeah. No, please, let me have an excuse to stop my dissertation. Rhacodactylus, do we need to have an intervention here? But yeah. It's known as auto-hemorrhaging, says Alex Vixen. Though the recovery process isn't understood. Yeah, and I'm sure this is not as... Yeah, and this is just like a website here. Do we actually have, like, any citations to papers? Because that's another thing that you find again and again is that... Okay, no, we do have some actual scientific papers here. Okay. Like this one there. In journal Copia. I think this is named after Edward Drinker Cope. Paleontologist. Anyway. Reportedly defense used in canine encounters is reviewed in the literature. So this is just a review paper. This is not even like any original, like, experimental work here. Yeah. The possibility of P. douglasii independently evolving an automorphic condition remains unresolved. Yeah. Interesting. Huh. But there is, I'm sure if you go to the end of this article, here's a link, by the way, you will find that there is so much left to be learned here. Yeah. So yeah. And current I'm not working on a dissertation, Neverwinter, unless you're talking to Rhacodactylus. But I'm working on a couple of other papers about, well, various aspects of dinosaur functional morphology and biogeography and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the video. There we go.
Is not a worm. Despite its long body and burrowing habits, it's definitely a vertebrate and
it's a legless lizard.
Some kind of annelid. Germans actually call them Blindschleiche, or shining snakes, which is a bit closer, but they're not snakes either. They're actually legless lizards. Slow worms have several telltale lizard features, like their blinking eyelids and the ability to get rid of and then regrow their tails. That tail-dropping ability is what gave them the Latin name fragilis, meaning fragile. But this lizard is no China doll. Tail-dropping is actually a clever defense mechanism. By giving a would-be predator a snack or distraction, the lizard has the chance to run away with its vital bits intact. Regrowing their tail is a slow process, as only about 5 millimeters grows over 2 weeks. But that's not where the slow in their name comes from. That's mostly an accident of linguistics. You see, in Old English, they were called slough worms. Over time, sla became slow, but in Old English, that word doesn't mean the opposite of fast. We're not 100% sure whether it was supposed to be sla, that meant
names,
or sla without the line over it, which could just be a general term for venomous, bitey, stingy things. So we do know that worm with a Y refers to both worms and elongated reptiles, hence the use of it nowadays to refer to serpenty dragons. So you could translate the Old English name to earthwormy elongated reptile, which is actually pretty accurate. Or it may have been venomous elongated reptile, which isn't so accurate because they're
They don't
not
have venom.
considered venomous. But hey, at least they got the taxonomic class right. It seems like we call pretty much any long, noodly creature a worm. Take the silkworm, for example, which is not a worm
insect
at all, but the larval stage of the silkworm moth. But at least they got the silk part of its name right. When they reach the end of the caterpillar part of their life cycle, these little guys spin cocoons made of silk proteins. Actual worms cannot do that. These so-called worms don't mess around when it comes to making silk. They can spin an average of 9.4 to 9.6 millimeters of the stuff every second. That's why around 99% of the world's silk supply comes from the mouths of just one particular silkworm species, Bombyx mori. And that silk is not just for fancy scarves and blouses. There are a lot of applications in chemical and medical fields too. The reason silk is so useful is that it's a protein polymer that can be transformed into different materials by dissolving it in a salt solution or adding enzymes. In fact, we loved silkworm silk so much that we domesticated the species that makes it. And the species has been so altered by centuries of artificial selection that it can't survive without our help. The adult moths can't even fly. You would be forgiven for mistaking red pandas as pandas because of their bamboo-eating habits.
Oh, we just learned about this the other day. Oh man, we learned that the giant panda, which is actually a bear, panda bears are indeed bears. They are not closely related to the red panda, which is related to things like raccoons and stuff like that. There. Let's look up the panda bear, Ailuropoda melaniluca, whose name means catfoot, black and white. These are the earliest diverging bears that we have, the most basal or primitive, to use antiquated terms. They're the earliest diverging of these bears. Yeah. Whereas a red panda they are not bears, they're over here. And they're an early diverging group, an early diverging species from this group. They're related to mustelids and are they just outside of Mustelidae? Anyway, they're closer to weasels. Yeah. But apparently, the red panda was named Panda before the giant panda was. So if there is a true panda, by order of priority, it would be the red panda. Yeah.
But they're actually in a class of their own, or a family anyway. Red pandas belong to the family Aluridae, which is often classified as a part of the weasel superfamily Musteloidea.
There you go.
Classifying red pandas based on who they're most related to has proven difficult because they share a lot of physiological features with other groups. The common name panda was suggested when the animal was presented to the Western scientific community back in 1821 because they eat bamboo. And they also have other panda-ish traits. For example, they have a pseudo-thumb, a lump of modified wrist bone, which helps them grasp bamboo like their giant panda counterparts. But they look very different from pandas in other ways, like the shape of their head and teeth and their stripy tail. And those are why in 1825, they were officially classified as part of the raccoon family. But having similar physical traits doesn't always mean two things are closely related.
Convergent evolution,
a century and a half later, with the help of DNA evidence, red pandas were lumped back in with bears again, and still, that placement wasn't quite right. Additional genetic evidence now suggests they're more closely related to weasels, but are probably distinct enough to be their own family.
And I like how they're kind of embracing a bit of the ambiguity here. The natural world is full of gray areas and ways in which it's difficult to say exactly. I don't know. This is not something like law or theology or something like arbitrary like that, where like you could just make a ruling and like this is this way. Like, no. When we're studying the natural world, when we're doing science, It has to be a reflection of reality, and reality can sometimes be really messy like this, especially in nature. You know?
And that makes sense because they have some really special features that don't show up other places. Like their super flexible ankles and rotating fibulas or shin bones.
They have a
that
rotating
let them climb
fibula?
head first down trees. Animals aren't the only living things that we are terrible at naming. Lots of plants also have bad names.
I
Like,
didn't know we were gonna
for
have plants in
example,
this video, too.
strawberries. They're not straw, and they're not berries, botanically speaking. See, to botanists...
And I don't think they're even fruit, botanically speaking. Because fruit have their seeds on the inside. I think that is like a property of that that clade evolved interior seeds. This is some kind of other thing. Yeah.
Categories of fruit, like berries, have strict definitions based on what parts are fleshy and how the fruit forms. On the texture front, berries need to be squishy throughout. That is, the 3 layers that surround the seed, the endocarp, mesocarp, and exocarp, all have to be soft. And that is true of strawberries, so at least they meet some berry criteria, but what makes them not berries is how they form. All fruits form from the ovaries of flowers, which sit at the base of the female reproductive organs called pistils.
And if I remember correctly, when you look at a strawberry, these are not even technically seeds on the outside. These are like tiny other parts of the plant. It's like, this is not grown from the ovary of a plant. This is just like a swelled part, a swollen part of the plant. And then each one of these in development also had the opportunity to grow into like a fully developed one of these, and then it didn't, or something like that.
Soft. And that is true of strawberries, so at least they meet some berry criteria, but what makes them not berries is how they form. All fruits form from the ovaries of flowers, which sit at the base of the female reproductive organs called pistils. Plants can have different numbers of flowers or multiple pistils in each flower, but berries, by definition, are a simple fruit, meaning they develop from one ovary in one flower. Strawberries come from flowers that have many ovaries in them, making them an aggregate fruit. They're basically like raspberries, which are also not berries. So what do count as true berries? You got blueberries, grapes, and weirdly enough, wait for it, bananas. And of course, none of this changes what we should call these things, and it's not gonna change what I put in my berry muffins either. On the subject of culinary misnomers, let's talk about walnuts. Yes, you guessed it, they are not nuts. They are also not walls, I guess. Remember how berries had to be fleshy throughout? Well, nuts, by definition, aren't fleshy at all.
Racodactylus says, so my oops all berries, it's really oops no berries? More likely it's oops some berries. Which is kind of the worst of all worlds, because some berries, how would you say oops about that? That seems like the appropriate number of berries would be some berries. No oops required, you know? Oops, some berries? What kind of milquetoast nonsense is that, you know?
They're dry fruits characterized by a super thick, hard exocarp, and they're indehiscent, meaning they don't open up to shed their seeds. Walnuts are a different kind of fruit, sometimes called a drupe, where the endocarp is hard, the exocarp is thin, and the mesocarp in between is fleshy or fibrous. I know what you're thinking, that does not really sound like the whole walnuts you can buy at the store. That's because those walnuts are actually just the hard endocarps. On the tree, walnuts have a fleshy, soft casing. We just don't see it most of the time because that casing is removed before they get to supermarket shelves. So I guess the lesson is you shouldn't name a nut by its cover, or the exterior you see at the store anyway. Last but not least, we have the snake lily, which is a pretty nice name. It's definitely nicer than some of its other names, like devil's tongue, or its Latin name, which translates to misshapen penis. All these names come from its distinctive spadix, the floral spike in the middle of the flower, which kind of resembles a snake or other things. The trouble is this plant is neither a snake, which you would have expected, nor a lily. Lilies are flowers from the genus Lily lilium, which were originally classified based on their many scale-like leaves and their upright stems and flowers. Snake lilies might have gotten lumped in with true lilies because of how similar they look to another faux lily, the peace lily. In fact, peace and snake lilies are part of the same family, the Araceae or arum plants, which all have that unique spadix. The snake lily.
Sorry, Sweetie Pie was eating Minnie Pie's fur that I had brushed off earlier. Sweetie Pie. Cats, chat, you know? Gotta produce fur balls somehow. She's got a quota, Potok, yeah. Let's continue.
Is actually the same genus as the smelly corpse flower Amorphophallus titanum, and it uses a similar smell to attract carrion-eating insects for pollination. And it might just be me, but it seems unfair that one gets to be a cool-sounding snake lily while the other is called the corpse flower. Names are supposed to help us sort the things around us into useful groups, but they're not always great at that. Some names can give you an idea of what a living thing looks like, but often the utility stops there. And some, like the mountain chicken, don't even tell us that much. Instead, they say more about us, from our palates to our linguistic errors. Perhaps it is time to reconsider some of these misleading names. Though, I guess like berry-flavored red aggregate or nutty-tasting droop don't really have the same ring to them. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow. If you liked learning about misleading names, you'll probably love our other list show of bad names where we explain how jackrabbits aren't rabbits and mountain lions aren't lions. In fact, I bet you'll love a lot of our episodes, so why not?
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this one here, and we're probably going to look at one of those videos in a little bit, but first we've got another Metazoo to do here. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Yeah. And yeah, Lady Fiend wanted to know the origin of Sweetie Pie's name. Well, Sweetie Pie was adopted later. Hey, Sweetie Pie, do you want to come up here? We're talking about you. Ears burning? Come here. Hey. Hey, look. Oh, that smells good. Oh, you know where to get it. Yeah. If she comes up here, then we'll talk about Sweetie Pie's name. But let's get into Metazoo here real quick. And let's do our second Metazoo of the day. It just reset about 40 minutes ago. So this is the one for today/tomorrow. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. Well, well, well. Come here. Yeah. Good girl, sweetie. Yeah, Sweetie Pie. So we already had Moon Pie and Mini Pie. And Sweetie Pie comes to us from my friend Snail Chaser, who was moving to a tiny, tiny, tiny apartment in San Francisco that didn't even have a bathroom or a kitchen or anything like that. It was basically a large closet. And he wasn't gonna have space for poor Sweetie Pie, who had a different name at the time. And so Ios and Lordy, who had moved into this house here from their apartment, they said, you know, we might be able to give her a new home. And they didn't just do that, they also gave her a new name. And so, yeah. They called her, well, we didn't actually have a name for her at first. Lordy says, I said there's a cat in need? Yeah. Her name before what Snail Chaser used to call her was TTT, which we didn't know how to spell or barely pronounce. And, so we kind of needed a new name for her. And I think it just kind of fit in with the naming convention. There was already Moon Pie and Mini Pie. She was so sweet, chat. She's very sweet. And so Sweetie Pie became the perfect name. Hence, Sweetie Pie. And Lenina, I think it might have been T-I-T-I-T-I? T-T-T? I don't even know. I don't know the etymology of that name, but now she's Sweetie Pie. She's got a new name. And that's Sweetie Pie. So yeah. It's Finnish for tweet, says Linnea. Yeah. Snail Chaser's definitely not Finnish, nor does he speak Finnish. And Trusisap, we could talk about that too in a little bit. That is a good binomial, or I guess trinomial name. But let's get into Metazoa here. Let's figure this out. Chat, give me the name of a placental mammal here. A non-marsupial and non-monotreme mammal. Rhacodactylus' leopard. Yeah, let's try leopard. That's a good one to start with. A carnivorous mammal. And, oh boy. Alright, our mystery animal is not a mammal. It's, but it is a bilaterally symmetrical animal. Part of Bilateria. Which tells me it's probably going to be an insect. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. Don't worry, chat. We only have 1.4 million species that it could be. We've really narrowed it down here. Casey Snowart says ladybug. Let's try that. Let's try ladybug. That's a hymenopteran, or not a hymenopteran. It's a coleopteran insect, a beetle. Let's try ladybug and see if that... Oh boy. Not only was it a beetle, but it's a polyphage beetle. Oh man, you just saved us I don't know how many guesses there, Casey Snowart. Yeah, nice guess indeed. Polyphagia. Let's look that up on here. Let's go to beetles. Oh, hang on a second. What's going wrong here? Whatever. I was gonna change it to a Beatles song, but it's not that big a deal. Or, you know what? We can do that. It's gonna be in the T's, isn't it? The Beatles. There we go. Yeah, there are tons of beetles. Yes. Here we've only got 283,000 species. But you know what? It's gonna be fewer than that because polyphage beetles are, oh boy, okay. Let's look it up on Wikipedia, I guess. That's a suborder of beetles, which includes, oh, again, we're narrowing it down, only over 350,000 described species, or approximately 90% of the BC species discovered thus far. Okay, that's most of the beetles are polyphage beetles. That's a cool name, though. Polyphagia. That means the many eaters. I guess they eat many things. But we know it does include scarab beetles, like dung beetles. It includes click beetles and fireflies. That kind of firefly, at least. There's multiple kinds. Scavenger beetles, rove beetles, lady beetles, longhorn beetles, weevils. Why don't we try dung beetle? Okay. It's part of Scarabiidae. Scarabiidae. Oh boy, what else do we have in here? Are Hercules beetles part of this group? Scarabiidae. Yeah. Okay, we've got a bunch of different families within this one here. List of Scarabiidae subfamilies and tribes. Uh-oh, there's gonna be so many. Oh no! Are Hercules beetles part of this? Polyphagia, Scarabiiformia, Scabioidea, Scarabiidae. It does include Hercules beetles and rhinoceros beetles. Well, do we even have rhinoceros beetles in here? We don't. It's gotta be a Hercules beetle, chats. Oh man, it's gotta be.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. Yeah, and we got it in 4 guesses. Kind of making up for our last one. Not too shabby. Hercules beetles are cool critters. This is not something out of Starship Troopers. This is, Here, take a look at this.
This is the Hercules beetle, one of the largest insects on Earth.
Hey, amazing fan, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
The Hercules beetle is named for its incredible strength. It can lift and carry
etymology.
loads 850 times heavier than its own
Here, I'm
weight.
gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a
The
snack.
most distinguishing characteristic of the Hercules beetle is the horn-like pincers on its head. Only male beetles have this intimidating feature, and it is used as a formidable weapon in the battle for mating rights. The horns are usually about 1/3 of their body length, but have been known to grow even longer. Hercules beetles are found in Central and South America and in the West Indies, and feed predominantly on rotting wood as larvae and fruit as adults. In spite of its strength and size, the Hercules beetle is a threatened species in many countries. Much of its natural habitat has been lost to deforestation, and its populations are suffering. This is the Hercules beetle.
Sorry about that. There's some chili on its way, apparently. Yeah. Anyway, Hercules beetles. Pretty cool critter. Yeah. The names that different animals have or are given, much of this comes down to well, it goes back to a guy named Carolus Linnaeus. Well, or Carl von Linn. He's from Sweden, I believe. He loved Latin. let's talk a bit about him, because his influence is still felt today in the way that we describe living things. Take a look. From the Linnaean Society, named after Linnaeus. Ooh. Yeah.
Before Carl Linnaeus came up with a way to name animals, they were given very long names that would describe what they looked like. An African ostrich, for example, might be called a large, feathered, long-necked, big-footed, backward knee-bending bird. This same long and useless name could also have been used for the South American rhea, and so we simply would not have known which of these big birds we were actually talking about. Linnaeus was into the business of naming living things so that we can recognize what they are. By being able to identify living things, we can work out how they are related to each other through a distant relation. For example, each and every one of us is given a first and a second name.
Yep.
Your first name...
Except unless you're like Bjork or Cher. Or Banksy, and you just have one name, you know? And that's okay.
Identifies who
or Adele, or Enya. Any other one name? Prince. Although that's not... It's a symbol there, right? Like Madonna, or Cheryl Tiggs. I think that's two names there, Ungoy.
What's your second family name?
You don't have that symbol on your keyboard? There's got to be like a Windows shortcut for that. You know how like I can make the M dash if I hold down Alt and then on the number pad 0151. That's the code for an M dash. Here, I can do that here.
What? That belongs in the museum.
Yeah, but it also triggers my soundboard. So here again.
What? That belongs in the museum.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a quote from Kelly Bundy. I don't know who that is, Ungoy, but cool. Cool. The Unicode for Prince. Really? Is that actually it, Casey Snowart? That's nuts. That's really cool. Yeah. Good stuff.
Name identifies who you are related to. Since Linnaeus, many other scientists are still actively working today to name as many living things as possible, partly so we can understand how all life on Earth has changed over a long, long, long period of time. On Linnaeus' mission to name, he decided we should be given the most fitting one of them all.
I don't know if I like the style of this video. It's a little too... I don't know. I find it distracting rather than illuminating, you know? But maybe that's just me.
Homo sapiens, which means wise man. Homo sapiens is our first name and identifies us from all other living things as human beings. The name Hominidae is our family name.
Yep.
This name connects us to one of our closest living relatives, the orangutan, which also has the family name Hominidae.
Yep.
We are in the same family as these fuzzy orange tree climbers because we have many of the same characteristics, such as opposable thumbs that allow us to hold on to things.
That's not why. It's not why we are in the same family. We do share a lot of characteristics, but we're not in the same family because we share the same characteristics. We are in the same family and we share the same characteristics because of the actual root cause, which is that we share a common ancestor. There you go, Salamander. Yes, indeed, we have the same origins, Golganek. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Even in a video about science and taxonomy, they still get this stuff wrong in a way that kind of implies that the people who wrote the script don't actually understand this on a deep level, and I find that kind of distressing, you know? And Salamander says, that's the difference between taxonomy and phylogeny, right? There you go, Salamander, yeah, yeah. It's... Yeah. Oh, and cool Dinosaur Day. Very, very cool.
Ontogeny.
Nice. But anyway, yeah. I've always tried to explain that to one of my friends. It's tough, right, Salamander? And it's because this sort of thing is not taught properly in school. Like, it's such a novel concept to a lot of people. But, yeah. Yeah.
Two separate families of living things that look very different to each other can share a common ancestor to which they're both related. This is a bit like how you and your odd-looking cousin may look nothing like each other but will share grandparents on one side of your family.
There we go. It's that common ancestry. They do say it right there. Yeah.
This is a bit like how you and your odd-looking cousin may look nothing like each other but will share grandparents on one side of your family.
Because ultimately it comes back to that common ancestry. The reason why we and orangutans are grouped together is not necessarily because we look similar to one another, although that similarity in appearance can be a clue. The actual thing that's important there is that common ancestry. And you can see that in the DNA. So, great apes here. Hominidae. That's us. Orangutans, gorillas, bonobos, chimpanzees. We are together the great apes. And 14 million years ago, we all had a common ancestor. So 14 million years ago, these different branches didn't exist. They were all the same thing back then. And they've since split into different species. That's how we get biodiversity. That's how we get new species, you know? So yeah. And Le Petit Prince says, phenotype is shaped a lot by environment, though. It's true. And by a lot of other things can affect the phenotype, the outward appearance. You know? It's like a whale, like a humpback whale, and a deer are more closely related to each other than the whale is to, say, manatee or something. Even though, like, manatees and whales, they both live in the ocean, they both have flippers, they're both gray. But that whale is actually closer to that deer because they share a more recent common ancestor. Whales evolved from hoofed mammals that lived on land.
Now then, our strategy.
And
him into a trap where we can destroy him with our deadly lasers.
They've convergently evolved to have flippers, you know, like a manatee does, but they come from very different starting points. The starting point is what's important. The ancestry is why we classify living things the way that we do. That's how we put them into a family tree like that, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And Cast the Dreamer says, but before DNA analysis, they had to guess based on traits. But that's the really cool thing, is that the DNA and the morphological traits, like, they're both really good indicators. If you actually study the important anatomical traits, you should arrive at the same conclusions that the DNA brings you to. Because it should both be pointing to the same answer, you know? So yeah. Let's see. Amazing Fan says, I am also the odd-looking cousin. There you go. Yeah. It's good to have you here, Amazing Fan. But yeah. And Casey Snort says, so okay, but really, who decides how far back we go as far as categorizing them? Ooh, Casey Snowart, that is a phenomenal question. I'm so glad you asked it. Because this was a long time ago, right? Like, obviously, we don't just lump everyone in the fish category despite shared ancestry. What do you mean we don't? What do you mean we don't, Casey Snowart? We do. Here, let's get into that here. This is really important stuff, and I'm so glad you asked that. We are fish.
Story about beavers. In the 1700s, a Canadian bishop asked the Catholic Church if it was okay to eat beaver during Lent, a period of time when Catholics abstain from eating meat. But eating fish was okay. And look, beavers spend so much time in the water.
And Dendra Parthol says there's no such thing as a fish, though. It depends on how you mean to use that word fish. What do you mean by it? All vertebrate animals are fish, basically. Well, the video is going to get into this. So here, I'm gonna eat, and we'll continue here. And it's Lent right now. Well, Sparky Pugwash, 'tis the season. Very appropriate.
Meat. But eating fish was okay. And look, beavers spend so much time in the water that they should totally count. And remarkably, the church agreed. Beavers, at least as far as it mattered during Lent, were fish. Well, in most cases, people would probably say that beavers...
Not just beavers, but also capybara. These critters. Capybara were also considered fish by it may have been like the Catholic Archdiocese somewhere in South America or something like that. These animals were also considered fish, which is false in the way that they meant it. Like, they were wrong, but they were also accidentally correct at the same time. It's kind of funny.
Beavers obviously should not count as fish. They have fur and live babies and breathe air, for instance. As for what science says, oh boy. See, the thing is, the answer is surprisingly complicated because beavers are not fish, but that might be because either we're all fish or fish kind of don't exist. In the end,
and I don't like that phrase that fish don't exist. It would, because that's really confusing the way that that's worded. It should be that, like, fish aren't a useful category. Yes, those animals clearly exist. It's not like they don't exist. It's just that category is not as useful as people might assume that it is. That's a much better way of saying that than like, oh, fish don't exist, you know?
This is going to be a story about different ways of grouping animals together, why we use language the way that we do, and how evolution
we might take a look
has
at that in a
made
minute.
things kind of funny. For a long time, people grouped...
Actually, let's do that right now. Fish, okay. The sun orbits the Earth. The Earth orbits the sun. When two people disagree, the truth is always somewhere in the middle. Maybe the Earth and the sun orbit a common center. That's knowing when people are right by accident. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like, oh, centrism is the answer. It's like, well, yeah, it is a knowing when people are right by accident. Because, yeah, both the Earth and the sun do orbit something else, but also the Earth orbits the sun after that. I like that Rhacodactylus. This is good stuff.
We do, and how evolution has made things...
Oh, and the alt text? What was the alt text? Some people say light is waves, some people say it's particles. So I bet light is somewhere in between thing that's both wave and particle, depending on how you look at it. Am I right? Yes, but you shouldn't be. Yeah, there you go. That's good. I like that. I like that.
Together. Why we use language the way that we do, and how evolution has made things kind of funny. For a long time, people grouped animals together by some common body plan or lifestyle, like fish, reptile, or bird. This is good because it means we can talk about many different organisms at once without needing to name each one individually. This lets us make useful general statements like, it's fish tacos for lunch today. And this is generally how science worked too.
It's chili for
Over
me,
the
for
years,
dinner.
as we learned more about evolution, it became clear that this old way of talking wouldn't work as well. There were too many exceptions, too many groups of things that seemed similar but weren't when you looked under the hood. Instead, we developed a new, more scientific way of grouping animals together called cladistics. In this approach, we sort living things into groups, or clades, that reflect their evolutionary history and how closely related they are. There's a couple of different ways to do this precisely, but a good example might be to say that rather than trying to define primates by things like opposable thumbs or big brains, instead Instead, we would say the group of animals known as primates includes all species that are descended from the most recent common ancestor of humans, apes, and lemurs. That's a bit of a mouthful, but defining things this way is actually really useful for biologists. It gives us a way to make predictions, for instance. Like if two different species are grouped very closely together, we can predict that their genomes must be relatively similar.
And we do see this, much to the consternation of creationists who don't want to think that evolution is real. Every time we test this, it turns out that creatures that we've determined have a recent common ancestor, we see that reflected in their genomes. That's there in their genes. Their DNA shows this. It's really cool how different scientific fields can converge upon the same answer because that's a reflection of reality. That's how the thing actually is, you know? Really cool stuff. Yeah. And Casey Snowart says, so we just break each category off at a common ancestor then? Yeah, this is what we would call a clade. So a clade is where there's a common ancestor and all of its descendants. So the domestic cat, the lion, and the common ancestor of both of those, this would be a clade right here. But if we were to scroll down from here, we could find a common ancestor between a domestic cat, a lion, and a wolf further down, and that would be another clade. We would call this carnivora, for instance, the carnivorine mammals. And yeah, so it's just a bunch of nested clades. It's like a bunch of Russian nesting dolls, a bunch of Matryoshka dolls, like that, you know? Yeah, yeah. I get that, like, how far does a fish have to be to maybe be something else before we start calling it that something else? It doesn't. It doesn't ever get called something else. That's the thing, Casey Snowart, is it doesn't. It's still within that clade. So, I'm a fish, you're a fish. Every creature that ever evolved from a fish ancestor is a fish. That's just how it works. That's why maybe the term fish is not all that useful, you know? Yeah. And Casey Snort says, but we don't call elephants fish. No, we do. Evolutionary biologists do. They are within, you know, Sarcopterygia, excuse me. They are Sarcopterygian fish. I'll show you. There. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to vertebrate animals here. There we go. These are animals with a backbone like this, which at the start are all fishes. Whether they are things like hagfish or lampreys, whether they are jawed fishes, like your cartilaginous fishes, your sharks and your rays and stuff. They're a branch that comes off of here. Then you get to your bony vertebrates. Fish evolve actual bony skeletons. The Eutelostomi, like this. And then, you get your ray-finned fish that comes off of this. This is like most of the fish you think of, you know, your fishy fish in the sea. But then you get a weird group of fish that evolved these lobe fins. We call them lobe-finned fishes. And lobe-finned fishes include tetrapods. Like your elephants there, Casey Snowart. Elephants are a kind of lobe-finned fish. They are a kind of Sarcopterygian. They are fish. I remember having it started off as like just a casual discussion, and then she got really mad. A gal that I dated back when I lived in Montana, really smart person, she got angry about this. And she's like, wait, but reptiles aren't fish. It's like, no, they are. They legitimately are. They are part of Sarcopterygii. They are lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. You get coelacanths that branch off right here, and they do their thing. And then you get lungfishes and tetrapods. There's the lungfishes there. And then you get to the tetrapods. The thing is, people who there are a lot of very, very, very smart people in the world who just never learned this schema. Like, they paid attention in school, they learned everything they were supposed to learn, they learned what their teachers taught them, but the thing is, what their teachers taught them was incorrect. From a biological, evolutionary, scientific perspective, it was just incorrect. You know? Yeah. And Casey Snowart says, I'm asking how, when we decide something is a new category. We don't. That's the thing, Casey Snowart, is we don't. What you're talking about is like a grade rather than a clade. Yeah. So, grades are like a subjective thing that's not really, like, based in objective scientific reality. So, like, a grade would be something like, it's hard to describe. It would be something like,
of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Glorious Sun.
15 months subscribed, and today I learned that I'm a fish.
You are, and so is your dog or cat and all of your neighbors and everybody else. And the fishes in the fish tank, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So here, let me clade versus grade. Here we go. Yeah, we can use the scissors analogy right here. That makes sense. So, a clade is a group of living things that share a common ancestor. So it's the common ancestor and all of its descendants. That's a clade right there. So this is a clade. And you can take the scissors and you snip it off there at the stem and you've got a clade. So you snip that there, that's a clade right there. That's the ancestor and all its descendants. There's no more splitting. This is not a clade right here. And this is also not a clade. Because each of these require 2 cuts in order to have this group be distinct. So here you've got this highlighted section. And in order to have just the highlighted section there, you got to cut twice. That means it's not a clade. This would be what we call a grade. So this would be like fish right here. If you want to exclude elephants and people and reptiles and stuff from fish. Because say this is tetrapods over here. You gotta cut that off. That's no longer a clade. We call that a grade now. You know? It's not a true biological group. You know? Yeah. So yeah. And Casey Snort says, I'm trying to ask when we decide something is distinct enough to be a new clade. It never is. That's my point, Casey Snort, is it never is. This over here, this is a new clade, but it's still part of this. Does that make sense? Yeah. And I don't think, Mayor Space, I appreciate you trying to help. I don't think that's what Casey's asking, though. Yeah. So... No, it is, though. How we decide when there's a new group called mammals and a group called archosaurs within the category of fish. So, archosaurs are a subclade of reptiles. Just like birds are a subclade of reptiles. Birds are a subclade of archosaurs, which are a subclade of reptiles. Like that. But that doesn't mean that birds are something different from reptiles. They're still within reptiles. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, like we never stopped being eukaryotes. Exactly, Le Petit. Humans are still mammals. Yes, we're also primates. And yes, we're hominids. But those are within mammals. And mammals are within fish, I guess. They are within Sarcopterygia, the lobe-finned fishes. So yeah. And there you go, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. How fractal things are? Yeah. Dinosaur Dave, that's a good point. Yeah, Acanthopholis, that's a deep cut there. Yeah. Yeah, and Star King says, all of our evidence points to mammals being a monophyletic group, so we consider it a clade, yeah. It all has to stem from one common ancestor, that's why we call it a clade. You know? Yeah. But yeah. I think I just wanted to know at what point you can say, look at a fossil and say, oh, this is a place where it is now a dinosaur and not a... Oh, so with the origin of dinosaurs, that does get fuzzy. And there's a lot of debate about that. We're still kind of figuring that out because we've got such limited information. But it is something that's an active subject of research. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, where do we draw the line on the tree and say this subgroup has a name if it's a new clade? If it's like a group that descends from a common ancestor. But it would still be within the larger clade, you know? Yeah. And... Oh, thank you, Jody Fish, for reposting that from Dinosaur Dave. Sorry, there's a lot of messages going on now. The National Dinosaur Museum in Australia, wow. Had a walkthrough tour I went to last night. Mentioned you in the stream, and they said they'd look into reaching out to you for an interview with them. Oh, very cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate that. I will keep my eyes peeled in my email account there. Nice. Yeah. Very nice. Cobraven says, me and my 3 kids are a clade. Yeah. You are your kid's common ancestor there. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, let's get back to this.
This runs into funny situations, though. Like, again, the question of whether beavers should count as fish. Let's take, for example, the evolutionary history of a very definitely a fish, like a goldfish. Its early ancestors were some of the first vertebrates. Unlike their close, more worm-like cousins, lancelets, they had a backbone, which let them swim more powerfully. As time went on, this group split. Some, which would become the ancestors of hagfish and lamprey, stayed roughly how they were. But the group that led to goldfish would go on to develop powerful jaws. Over time, more groups split off as more characteristics evolved. Sharks and rays split off, while the goldfish's ancestors got bony skeletons. In another split, lobe-finned fishes diverged. These are the ancestors of fish with thick, fleshy, paired fins for limbs, like coelacanths and lungfish. Meanwhile, our goldfish's ancestors went on to develop fins made of bony spines connected by skin. Eventually, we arrive at today and the familiar goldfish. So far, so good. And everything we mentioned so far would be in the category of what most people would call a fish. But it turns out the beaver's evolutionary story is largely the same. Beavers share the same vertebrate ancestor as goldfish, and their ancestors also watched hagfish and sharks split off. And as lobed-finned fish split off, some of them, a group called tetrapods, used their fleshy limbs to haul themselves onto land, eventually giving rise to early mammals, and eventually to our beaver friends. And of course, we humans are in there too, in the tetrapod group, along with every other tetrapod, like frogs and alligators, snakes, birds, and horses. If you zoom out, the tetrapod branch is just one nestled among a bunch of different fishy clades. So back to the question, are beavers fish? Remember that in the cladistic approach, for a definition to be useful, we want to include everything that is descended from a common ancestor so that we can make predictions about who is related to whom on an evolutionary scale. So this means that if we want to be able to say that sharks, hagfish, and goldfish are all fish, we kind of have 3 options. 1.
Hang on. 1 second. I think the documentary Life on Our Planet said that fish having jaws is what makes them distinct, right? Nope, there are jawless fishes, like the hagfish. They've got no jaws. Lampreys have got no jaws. And we had various species of... various extinct species, what we call agnathan fishes. Yeah. The jawless fishes, like various astracoderms and things like that. From way back in, like, I don't know, the Silurian period. Here's a jawless fish from back then. So yeah. What makes fish distinct? Basically, fish have a backbone. Vertebrates and fish are essentially the same thing. If we go back to our tree of life here, Basically, this group of vertebrates is essentially synonymous with fish. You could just call this fish, and it would be nothing would change here. Yeah. He was talking about fish and non-fish competing. Le Petit, I think they were competing against like giant orthicons and stuff, right? You know, critters like this. Cephalopods, related to like squid and octopus and nautilus and stuff like that. These are not fish. So what's the background? Yeah, the backbone, yep. Birds are not dinosaurs, but fish, no, they're both. Garnistuda, they're both. Because dinosaurs are also a kind of fish. That's the point. Is that basically all vertebrate animals are fish. That's why the word fish isn't super useful, you know? Oh yeah. Yeah. And Star King says there are jawless fish, but there are also jawed fish, which are the origin of jaws. That's probably what they meant. Probably, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Animals like humans descended from a common ancestor so that we can make predictions about who is related to whom on an evolutionary scale. So this means that if we want to be able to say that sharks, hagfish, and goldfish are all fish, we kind of have three options. One, animals like humans and beavers are fish. Two, you have to carve out some ridiculous definition, like fish would be any organism that is descended from the most recent common ancestor of both hagfish and goldfish, except for the subset of that group that is descended from the most recent common ancestor of frogs and beavers.
Yeah, and that does not work. It doesn't work. That's why the word fish either has to be basically all vertebrates, or else the term doesn't really mean anything from an evolutionary standpoint, you know?
Which is awkward, but it also kind of defeats the purpose of cladistics. Or three, fish as a scientific category don't exist. So, in the end, are we fish? Well,
yes.
We are all vertebrates, and there are smaller categories like ray-finned fish or sharks and rays, but there is no single fish category in the cladistic approach.
Yep. It's essentially vertebrates. Vertebrates and fish, those terms it's the same thing. All vertebrate animals, all animals that have a backbone or even just a notochord, they are fish. That's the definition that I find useful when I'm actually talking to people like I'm doing now about how we classify living things based on their origins, based on their ancestry. That is the definition that is least confusing and closest to the actual reality, is that vertebrates equals fish, fish equals vertebrates. They're synonyms, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, fish are the first vertebrates, and all subsequent vertebrates evolved from that fish ancestor, Le Petit. Exactly. Yeah. Yamina says pescatarian means nothing anymore. As a vegetarian, I thought it meant nothing before. But, you know. Oh, I don't eat meat, but I do eat the meat of these animals. Fish. It's like, well. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. That makes being pescatarian way more diverse. There you go. Soanthalum. No. Soethnalum. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that just means I don't eat meat, Le Petit. Yeah. What about fungi? I don't eat animals, I'll put it that way. You know? Yeah. But yeah. Sloppy salmon, you've eaten too much. Can't move or breathe. Okay, just relax. You'll be okay. And a pescatarian, any vertebrate animals are fair game. You know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Well, let's get back to here. Yeah.
This of cladistics. Or 3, fish as a scientific category don't exist.
By which he means that, like, it's not useful. It's like, it's the same thing as just saying vertebrates, you know, which is true.
So, in the end, are we fish? Well, we are all vertebrates, and there are smaller categories like ray-finned fish or sharks and rays, but there is no single fish category in the cladistic approach. If that sounds like scientists being unnecessarily pedantic, they do it for a reason. Despite the fables, the cladistic approach has been a huge success. It helps scientists talk about the evolution of life on Earth in a way that makes sense. And if there are some weird edge cases, it's not the fault of the system, but an opportunity to marvel at the history of life on Earth. And it also means that we use language in different ways based on what is useful for that conversation. That means it's still okay to call a fish, and if it's Lent, maybe even to include beavers in that category.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video in case you're a little bit confused and you want to watch it later. Yeah. Yeah, I don't eat beavers. Those animals almost went extinct. Holy cow. By the way, do you know about the time that beavers were parachuted into Idaho? Beavers were so overhunted for meat and especially for fur that they essentially did not exist in large parts of North America anymore. Take a look at this. They were reintroduced to certain areas.
In the 1950s, Idaho relocated these amphibious rodents by dropping them with parachutes out of airplanes. Zach.
What are beavers?
Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah.
Way to go, Zach. Yeah, you beat me to it. Amphibious animals falling from the sky. It's kind of strange, but true piece of Idaho history. Showcased last night on Jeopardy, as you just saw. That answer and that question prompted James DeWald to ask on our Facebook page, what and when was this? Well, here on the 208, some of us knew exactly what Trebek was talking about, while others were confused by even the thought.
208, oh, I forgot. Idaho's one of those states where they only have one telephone area code for the entire state, right? I think it's 208. That's why this show is called the 208. We watched this, it must have been from the same channel. We watched the Eryctodromius video about Idaho's new state dinosaur.
Out of parachuting beavers in Idaho.
Yeah.
So we did some research. Turns out the city of McCall's population boom in the 1940s had something to do with it.
If you were only told about it, you might not believe it. Like a story passed around campfires from one generation to the next. It goes like this. In Idaho's mountains, tucked beside a sparkling lake, sits McCall. With its views and location, it started to pull people in, and the community starts to grow. Family homes, vacation homes, businesses being built. It was going so well until it wasn't.
They were liberators.
In World War II, the town found itself with a problem. Turns out, a colony of beavers who had been in the area for centuries.
That's not a beaver. This is not a beaver. I don't think that's a beaver right there. That almost looks like a pacarana or something.
Began destroying property with their dam tendencies. Beaver, dam, kind of go hand in hand. They were in a fix, and that needed fixing.
He's in. Careful preparation and knowledge of the beaver's habits has paid off.
Oh, boy.
So the Idaho Department of Fish and Game decided they were going to relocate the rodents to other more remote parts of Idaho.
Yep.
If the situation called for still more protection,
Antonio,
he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Locating required a flight plan and actual planes. In 1948, Fish and Game officers test-dropped Geronimo, their guinea pig, if you will, several times.
Different kind of rodent.
By box
Beaver.
in
Not
Idaho's
a guinea pig.
backcountry.
Into the drop box.
See what they did there.
Nearly ready for that flight back into the mountain.
And it worked. It became the mode of operation to move 75 other members of Geronimo's Beaver Brotherhood. The purpose of this parachuting program? To actually raise the beaver population, while also helping preserve Idaho's habitat. while that was more than 50 years ago, it's still remembered today in remnants in the form of stickers on the front of t-shirts and told in children's books.
Oh yeah, this was the thing. Think about those 40 pounds of fur. Maybe they were a bit disoriented.
Anyway, yeah, we actually have footage of this.
On the shores of Payette Lake are crates full of beavers, part of a shipment to be dropped in the primitive area by parachute from an airplane.
I'll see you later, Alex Thurston. Thanks for being here.
Conservation officer runs
And there you go, Mikey Likes.
through the beaver drop box.
You were in the airborne?
Preparing for the operation,
Nice.
beaver must be sorted for even size and weight, with one pair of beaver for each box.
Huh.
Ear tags are attached for future information. Into the drop box, nearly ready for that flight back into the mountains.
I'll be Jezza, what the hell?
The drop crates are loaded into the airplane.
Surplus World War II parachutes? Nice. Yeah.
Are attached to cargo lines, and the boxes are stacked in rows along the waist of the plane. 10 boxes to a load, 20 beaver ready for the flight to mountain meadows.
It's an old Ford Tri-Motor. Nice.
Plane makes a careful approach, ready for the drop. Now into the air and down they swing, down to the ground near a stream or a lake. The box opens, and a most unusual and novel trip ends for Mr. Beaver.
Delightful. Anyway.
He's on his way now. His nose and his instinct tell him where to find the water. There's room here for a new home.
Beavers have a tremendous influence over their local environment. They create habitat for so many other creatures. They are architects of their environment. It's important stuff. Yeah. And only 20 beavers? Sometimes it can only... Just a few can have outsized influence over an entire region. It's kind of amazing. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, here, take a look at this from Vox.
What's up, everyone, because I just learned something weird and now you all need to know it too. I was on a call the other day with a woman named Emily Fairfax, and she knows a lot about beavers. Yes,
Yep.
beavers. And at one point, she just casually mentions
a weird period of beaver relocation in the 40s where we dropped them out of airplanes.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
what?
There's this absolutely absurd video, you can find it on YouTube, from Idaho Fish and Game.
We just watched that.
Now into the air and down they swing. The box opens, and a most unusual and novel trip ends for Mr. Beaver.
Yep.
Okay, the method is super questionable, but the Idaho Department of Fish and Game did this to relocate 76 beavers away from humans and into a remote location where there were no roads. Because beavers build dams, structures that completely alter the landscape.
Yep.
But now researchers have found that beavers and their dams do so much more than flood a forest. As the planet continues to warm, they might also be vital in cooling parts of it down.
Important stuff. Yeah.
So when beavers move into a stream, their very first order of business is to build that dam, to start making a little bit of safe habitat for themselves.
They start with some logs or stones to secure the structure.
I love the
After that,
model
they'll
work
keep
here.
piling sticks, stones, and mud over and over again, until water starts to pool behind it. As flowing water pushes against the dam, it begins to carve out a deep pool. which is great for the beaver, because on land,
they're pretty unfortunately awkward, but once they get into the water, that's where they really shine and excel.
Oh yeah.
But it's
Graceful in
also
the water.
ideal for other species, because deeper water tends to be much cooler than water at the surface.
Yeah, and Wombat Hole says, did that area freeze in winter? Idaho? Oh yeah. Yeah, Idaho, which there's a chance I'm going to be going up there to dig in May. If there isn't snow on the ground. I'm talking with LJ Krumanacker about that, and if we get an early summer up there and there's no more snow in the areas that we'd be digging, then I can go up there and maybe live stream some digging up some Eryctodromeus up there. But yeah, it gets very cold up there in Idaho. Yeah. Early dig season? Definitely earlier than that. Even if I don't end up going to Idaho, it will still be an early dig season, Salamander. Yeah. May 31st is when we're going to start our field work up in Wyoming this year. So it's going to be early regardless. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're a fish and it's a really hot day, you can go down into one of these deep pools and just hunker down at the bottom where the water is coolest and has the least sunlight affecting it.
The dam also forces circulation. As water hits the dam, some of it is forced into the soil where it mixes with cold groundwater before resurfacing. As a result, one study found that water near beaver dams is up to 4 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than water elsewhere.
That's significant. Yeah.
This comfortable little pond is the first defense against predators. But beavers will also dig out canals into the surrounding land, which function as a small highway system.
Nice, Salamander.
All this tampering with the stream spreads the water around the area. As that water evaporates, the water vapor chills the air.
So at one of my sites in Central California, I went to visit on a particularly hot day. It was 107 Fahrenheit. And then I get into the complex and I hold up the temperature probe. I'm like, wow, it's 91. Like we lost like almost 15 degrees of air temperature just going into this beaver complex.
The area becomes a wetland ecosystem, and at first glance, it's a total mess with branches, plants, and water.
And Delta Rain, well, well, well. Check that out.
Delta_Rain and their 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Delta Rain, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is good to see you. How did your stream go? What were you doing? Emperor Sam, that's a good name.
It may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
It does go a long way. Thank you for that, Delta Rain, for those 500 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And shoot, I don't have it with me right here, but Delta also, thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that, Hogan. Delta sent me a lovely book. Let me find it here. It's upstairs right now. But it was
The killer dinosaurs.
And Amber Sam, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. This is it right here. The Best Science and Nature Writing in 2023 by Carl Zimmer. I've got an older edition of this. Where was it? This is the Best American Science and Nature Writing from 2018. There's good stuff in here. Now I've got 2020. This is brilliant, and I really appreciate it, Delta, so thank you. It's going to be the perfect, like, coffee table book for, like, you know, like, I want to sit down and just read something for 10 or 20 minutes. This is like an anthology of just really, really excellent articles, many of them from, like, Scientific American magazine or Discover magazine or various other science and nature publications. It's good stuff. So very thoughtful of you, Delta, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for sending it. That's very thoughtful of you. It really is. Looking forward to reading it. And I'll see you later, amazing fan. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Delta, we're talking about, well, we're supposed to be talking about name etymologies today, but instead we're talking about beavers currently.
Of air temperature just going into this beaver complex.
The area becomes a wetland ecosystem, and at first glance, it's a total mess with branches, plants, and water everywhere. And that's a good thing.
a river or riverscape should be very complex, very messy.
Delta, are you aware of the time that I don't know, I can't really call it the Pacific Northwest, but this is in Idaho.
Absolutely absurd video. You can find it on YouTube from Idaho Fish and Game.
You aware of this, Delta?
Now into the air and down they swing. The box opens and a most unusual and novel treasure for Mr. Beaver.
They got their jump wings.
Okay, the method is super questionable, but the Idaho Department of Fish and Game did this to relocate 76 beavers away from humans and into a remote location where there were no roads. Because beavers build dams, structures that completely alter the
Anyway, we're talking about altering the landscape there, yeah.
Total mess with branches, plants, and water
Yeah, they have beavers' parachutes? You
And
bet,
that's a good
Delta,
thing.
yeah.
A river or riverscape should be very complex, very messy, and it's that complexity that makes them so resilient to climate change and all sorts of other disturbances.
And that
Oh,
resiliency
Salamander, that's
is increasingly
disappointing. Sorry to
important.
hear that.
In the summer of 2022, heat waves and fires plagued parts of Europe and the US. As the climate crisis worsens, we can expect these events to increase. Beavers, it turns out, might be able to help, because these wetland ecosystems are especially important in areas prone to fire or drought. Dams slow water down and allow it to seep deep into the earth.
And Mayor Space asked, was a 4x4 insufficient for the task? Oh yeah, there were literally no roads out there. Mayor Space, holy cow, there are certain parts of the country where you cannot get a wheeled vehicle anywhere near there unless it happens to be an airplane or a helicopter with wheels. Or maybe a wheelchair. Is a wheelchair a wheeled vehicle? If you walk a wheelchair in, you carry it on your back, then I guess you could. You know what I mean. You cannot drive a wheeled vehicle on the ground to, like, huge parts of the United States. The terrain is too tough. There are no roads. It just... Yeah. A bunch of the places where I do field work during the summer are literally way, way, way too rough for wheeled vehicles. I know as Americans we're programmed to think, based on car commercials and advertising and stuff, that like, oh yeah, you get yourself a Jeep or a Silverado or something. You can drive anywhere. No. Those vehicles would be, oh man, they'd get stuck in an instant. Or they'd tumble over backwards, or they'd... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, let's continue.
Which provides a source of groundwater for
Pogo
trees.
sticks.
It
I don't know
also
if I'd
keeps
say
the
that,
surrounding
Salamander.
land wet, and wetter land is less likely to burn. This is an image from Idaho in 2018 when 65,000 acres were scorched by wildfire.
Oh man.
This green patch in the middle is a wetland created by a beaver dam.
Yep.
Emily and a colleague studied the effects of this in 2020 and found repeated evidence that beaver dams create fire breaks, providing a safe place for animals to go when wildfires break out.
That was the first study in the scientific literature that said beaver ponds are too wet to burn in many cases.
Yep.
Beavers have had bad PR. They're often considered annoying pests because wetland creation is so messy.
But nature is messy.
When built in the wrong place,
You
it
know?
can flood roadways or homes. And previously, the solution
Don't build your roadways or homes there, Simple.
was extermination. But that seems to be changing. California, for example, just passed a bill that requires state-sponsored beaver relocation.
Yeah.
Don't worry, they won't be dropping them out of planes. What we're learning
No,
is
they're
that
firing them out
beavers
of
do some
cannons.
of the best engineering work for climate resiliency. We just have to let them.
We gotta let go of a little bit of control, especially once a beaver starts building. Like what was a pretty cute little stream becomes this super wild, messy wetland. Like that's good. Remember that is good. We want it to be messy.
Yep. Good stuff. And some municipalities here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area have really embraced this. In Martinez, California, where I grew up, there is an annual festival that is held every year to celebrate the beavers in Martinez, California. Yeah.
On the whole damn town. If we don't do something soon, there'll be water all around. Got a rope, a hook, and a pickup truck. Let's tear the damn dam down. Folks are selling beaver t-shirts, some want to move 'em out. They turned up on the evening news, that's how I found out. We're living in a creek bed where us kids would go shoot raps. And like a cat, I'd eat my hat for a rat as fat as that. So let's tear the damn dam down, boys, let's tear.
Yeah, I think they're talking about an artificial dam, tearing it down. But, why are there not more videos about this here? The Beaver Festival. Why is this not on YouTube? What?
And when the damage was first discovered, the city proposed killing the beavers and destroying their lodges. But city leaders hadn't counted on a growing pro-beaver faction. Local animal lovers, teachers, and businesses citing educational opportunities and a spike in tourism.
Beavers teach a great deal of information about habitat and ecosystem and really how families can take care of each other.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation
Holy cow, Delta
and
Rain.
understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Is that a mistake?
Paleo dance.
10,000 bits Delta Rain. Holy moly. Thank you very much for that. Holy cow. I don't even know what to say. Not a mistake. I thought maybe there was a bug or something, but thank you so much, Delta. Holy moly. Do I appreciate that. Holy cow, Delta. Thank you, Delta. I really, really appreciate you. You've already got an assortment of badges there. There's one more. Thank you for that, Delta. I really appreciate you, and I will do my best to keep up the good work. I don't even know how we got on beavers in the first place, but anyway, this guy's got a song about beavers here. It's from 12 years ago. Holy cow.
Down by the river, you're playing in the sand.
Yeah, here, I'll just give you a link to this, and because oh, right, there we go, Murph. Thank you. Yeah. Well, we're talking about naming critters and that kind of thing. Yeah, because we're talking about etymology today. Here, let's take a look at... Man, everything is Hank Green. He's prolific. He does fantastic work, but I want to find something that's not from Hank Green. Here's a video from 15 years ago from the Natural History Museum of London. Quality's not going to be great here, but that's okay. It's going to be well produced, presumably. Yeah. Yeah.
Carl Linnaeus was born in the southern Swedish province of Småland in 1707.
Ooh, do we have any Swedes in the chat right here? Any Swedish chatters? Carl Linnaeus, one of your countrymen there.
Carl Linnaeus was born in the southern Swedish province of Småland in 1707.
Oh, very funny, Mayor's
and is considered to be one of the most influential scientists of his time.
Yeah.
His life's work was to develop and refine a way.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Actual education, thank you for that raid.
Education, and their 21 raiders want to know more than that.
How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. Your favorite dinosaur guy? Well, I am flattered. I appreciate appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? Tell me about it. Yeah. You're also doing some science and technology. What were you talking about today? I'd love to hear about it. Give us a little pitch. Today, Actual Education and Raiders, we are talking about etymology. We're talking about how different creatures get their names and what they mean. Because apparently today is some sort of obscure holiday thing. Calendar companies probably came up with it, but it's called Learn What Your Name Means Day. And so we're about to look into Carl Linnaeus, aka Carl von Linn, alias Carolus Linnaeus, after he Latinized it. The guy really liked Latin, despite being from Sweden. And he established this binomial naming system that we still use today. Genus and species. Homo sapiens. Tyrannosaurus rex. Trirarchuncus frariensis. He established that system in the first place. So we're going to take a look at that, and then we're going to talk about different dinosaur names and what they mean and all that stuff. So yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And they should make a Latinizer, says Actual Education. Actual Educationists. Maybe be a way to quickly and easily Latinize your name, but yeah. Yeah, here. You rated it at just the right time. Let's start this over. We're only a few seconds in. Sorry, this is an old video. 15 years old. Like, posted to YouTube literally 15 years ago. You see that right there? Holy moly. So the quality is not going to be the greatest in terms of the resolution, but it seems to be a well-produced video.
Carl Linnaeus was born in the southern Swedish province of Småland in 1707 and is considered to be one of the most influential scientists of his time. His life's work was to develop and refine a...
And Scifish11, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
way to group life on Earth or to classify it.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And TD Stock Market, or TD's Talk Market. TD's, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Life's work was to develop and refine a way to group life on Earth or to classify it.
Yeah, making sense of the world.
Was his system. It is still used by scientists and understood by people across the world today. His father, Niels Ingmarsson Linnaeus, was both an avid gardener and a Lutheran pastor, and Carl showed a deep love of plants and a fascination with their names from a very early age. While studying medicine at both the universities of Lund and the University of Uppsala in Sweden, he devoted a large amount of his time to the study of plants, and in 1732 he mounted a botanical expedition to Lapland. Over 5 months, he travelled some 3,000 miles, collecting biological specimens and taking notes. In 1734, he mounted another expedition to central Sweden.
He was an empiricist. He didn't believe things that he hadn't seen with his own eyes. He was very reluctant to take on trust something that somebody had written about.
He was a scientist.
In 1735, Linnaeus
before the
moved
term
to
even
the
existed,
Netherlands,
really.
and it was in that same year that he published his most well-known work, the Systema Naturae, or the System of Nature. In it, he outlined a new system for the naming of all living things.
There are, I guess, two main things that Carl Linnaeus tends to be known for. The one is as far as his classification systems, which at the time were really rather revolutionary, particularly in the plant kingdom, rather less so amongst the animals. And the second thing
he was a botanist by training.
The introduction of a new naming system using a genus name and a species name, the so-called binomial system. Now, of the two, it's the latter. It's the naming
that's
system.
true, Ricadeclis, yeah.
Is his primary legacy.
This item is the first edition of Systema Naturae, the one where Linnaeus actually outlines his sexual system for classifying plants, basically by the number of stamens and the arrangement of the reproductive organs. So this is the first time it's appeared in print, and so that's why it's important. You can see it's very large, and I tend to explain it as being the 18th century version of an Excel spreadsheet, because you can see it's very table-like. By the time the 10th edition appeared in 1758, this had shrunk from this really large size to a much more sort of portable thing, but it had gone from only 11 pages to 2 fat volumes.
Returning to Sweden in 1738, he practiced medicine, specialising in the treatment of syphilis, and lectured in Stockholm before being awarded a professorship
And Salamander,
at
I don't
Uppsala
know a lot
University
about that,
in
honestly.
1741.
You know, Salamander, the person to talk to about that would probably be Balint of Science Streams. Because that's genetics, and Balint is a geneticist. I feel like I would butcher that, you know? Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about genetics, Mendelian or otherwise. But maybe ask Balint about that. Yeah.
Throughout his life, Linnaeus showed an interest in nature and the systems which govern it. He wrote not just about classification, but also about ecology, how organisms interact with their environment. He explored food chains and even defined the concept of race, dividing humans into 4 groups: Americanus, Asiaticus, Africanus, and Europeanus. Forced to retire from teaching
He was a product of his time, let's
1774 by a
remember.
stroke, Linnaeus suffered a further stroke and eventually died in 1778. Linnaeus was driven by a lust for all nature and the desire to understand and classify it. His legacy remains and is used by the many dedicated scientists today who are driven by that same desire.
Yeah. That is Carl Linnaeus. Naming living things kind of started with him in like in a systematic way. Let's take a look at this video here and see if this is going to be halfway decent too.
What's up, peeps? Oh, do you like my relaxation tape? It's called Sounds from the Jungle.
Huh.
Welcome to my vlog, guys, all the way from my hometown here in Sweden. I'm Carl Linnaeus. For those of you who are new to my channel,
Everyone's the real Carl Linnaeus.
Which basically means not.
Is this trying to take Carl Linnaeus and make him into a YouTuber? Is that the point here? Is that the bit? Is that what we're experiencing right now?
Those of you who are new to my channel, I am a botanist and zoologist, which basically means not only that I love plants and animals, but that I am a scientist who specializes in the science of plants and animals. Today, I wanted to share with you, my lovely subscribers, my biggest scientific achievement. Taxonomy is a one-stop shop for all the info you need to know about an organism and how to determine what it is. An organism is a single living thing, so it can be an animal, plant, or a single-celled life form. Got it? I'll give
Or a
you some
fungus, or
inside
a protist,
info
or something
on my
else.
scientific method of formally classifying.
Rose says, why is he talking like Ali G? Is he? Booyakasha.
And naming organisms according to their genus and species. I formed the system of taxonomy when I was sent to Lapland on a research expedition.
Yeah,
it was there that I started to gather data and samples of plants I put into practice. Practical scientific method. This involved the key skill of observation, collecting data, and recording my findings. Prior to my method, it had been difficult to work out which species were related and where new species belonged. So exclusively for you guys, I am going to tell you the classifications that I have broken down animals into. They are Classes 1, mammals. Classes 2, birds.
Yeah,
Classes
that's
3,
kind of where this whole thing
amphibians.
started
Classes
with
4,
Linnaeus back in
fish.
the 1700s.
Classes 5, insects. Classes 6, worms. Pretty ingenious, eh? It also helps that creating this classification has made me pretty popular. Let's just say my subscribers have certainly gone up since I devised it. My new system means each organism will have a two-part Latin scientific name. The system I devised classified different organisms through hierarchy. Hierarchy meaning how important and powerful each organism is. This determines each organism's ranking. The most amazing thing about what I've developed is that every plant and animal, including us humans, is classified under a group. So no matter what language you speak and where you are across the world, the group of organisms will always be called the same. Take us humans, for example. We will always be classified as Homo sapiens, no matter where someone might be in the world. And a house cat would be Felis catus. It's ingenious, isn't it? Even if I do say so myself.
Anyway, yeah, you get the idea. I created a new channel points redemption for today. Maybe I should have put this in the title, but I think for the rest of today's stream, why don't we talk about some, yeah, and Kleber, we'll do yours, Eryctodromius. But I've lowered the cost of that from 5,000 to 500 channel points, so everybody should be able to afford those. If there's a particular dinosaur name you'd like to know the derivation of, what's the etymology? What does that dinosaur's name mean? Let's do that. Claire Burr wanted to know about Eryctodromius here. And this is a cool one. This is kind of... A lot of dinosaur names are kind of copycat names to a certain extent. A lot of dinosaur names will have a suffix, like Dromius for Eryctodromius, or Raptor for Velociraptor, or Ceratops for a ceratopsian dinosaur. And like different members of this group will often have the same suffix. So Eryctodromius, the name means digging runner, because we have evidence of it living in burrows like this. And it is... It's almost a play on Orodromius, which is the mountain runner. That might have been one of the first dinosaur names. It might have been the first dinosaur name that had Dromius in it. The name Dromius, that part of it means runner. Orodromius, like orogeny, like mountain building. Oro means mountain. So, mountain runner, Orodromius. Eryctodromius is the digging runner. It's from the same group as Orodromius. And so, the people who named it, like my old undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, they named it based on this, the digging runner. A good scientific name should be descriptive. It should evoke something about the critter. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And is that related to Dromaeosaurus? Yes, Rachel Darling endeavors. Dromaeosaurus means running lizard. So that's that same root word there. Eryctodromius, Dromaeosaurus. Digging runner, running lizard. So there you go, Rachel Darling. Sharp ears. Yeah. And Sloppy Salamander has given us a tricky titanosaur dinosaur, Episthoscelicaudia. I know this one off the top of my head, Sloppy Salamander. Episthoscelicaudia is named after the shape of its caudal vertebrae, its tail vertebrae. We've got different morphologies for tail vertebrae. You can be procoelous or you can be episthoscealous. Episthoscelicaudia has episthoscealous tail vertebrae. So episthoscealous, caudia, tail. Episthoscealous. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. No. And we can just look at it here. Yeah. Procoelous is where you've got kind of a hollow in the front and then a projection in the back. Episthoscealous is where you've got it projects in the front and it's hollow in the back. Then you got platycoelous, amphicoelous, etc. Heterocoelous is where it's like It's kind of just like different on both. Yeah, weird. So yeah, does that make sense? Epistocoelicaudia, this dinosaur, which may have been a very chunky boy indeed. This dinosaur gets its name from the shape of its tail vertebrae. Epistocoelicaudia means the pistocelous tail. So yeah. But yeah. Let's see, and now we've got Carnostuda, Barney. I don't know that. Let's stick to real dinosaurs, please. Claire Burr wants to know about Coelophysis. I know that one off the top of my head too. Edward Drinker Cope named Coelophysis way back in the day. Cope wasn't always great at naming dinosaurs, to be honest. The name Coelophysis means hollow form, I think, because it had hollow bones. Coelophysis is, of course, this animal here. Good old Coelophysis. Very well-known dinosaur. We've got more specimens of Coelophysis than almost any other dinosaur. There's this huge assemblage of them at a place called Ghost Ranch in New Mexico. It's actually where Georgia O'Keeffe retired to, I think. But yeah. Coelophysis. And I think its name means hollow form. Let's take a look. What does the name mean? Description, distinguishing anatomical features, classification. Let's just search hollow, because I know it's hollow. Yeah. Yep. From the Greek words "coelo," meaning hollow, and physis, meaning form. Together, hollow form, which is a reference to its hollow vertebrae. Yeah, good stuff. Let's see, and then we've got Jacopele from Casey Snowart. That's a tough one. That's not going to be Latin or Greek there. Jacopele. Oh, this has got a cool name. This is a really weird critter. We still don't totally know what this animal, what it's related to. Yeah. It's got armor, but is it a thyreophoran like an ankylosaur? Or is it maybe a ceratopsian? Because it does have like an almost ceratopsian-like lower jaw. We're missing big parts of the skeleton, so this here is speculative. We don't actually know if it looked totally like this. Yeah, because again, the parts that we have are highlighted in yellow here, and it's not... It's certainly not everything. Did I say yellow? I meant white. Parts that we have are highlighted in white here. Sorry. It's been a long day. So we don't have a lot of this critter. Much of this is guesswork. And the weird thing is, this is a very speculative restoration of it. It's so unlike any other dinosaur that we found that we really don't know how to fill in the rest of the gaps. So Jacopele is a mystery in a lot of ways. One of the reviewers on the paper is like, this is good. I don't agree about the classification. I think it's maybe a ceratopsian. Susie Maidmont who said that. But the authors said it's probably a thyreophoran. We really don't know. The generic name, Jacopele, is derived from Jacapil, a Puelchian word. Language formerly spoken by the Puelche people in the Pampas region of Argentina. The name means shield bearer. And I like this because it did have armor. And it's kind of honoring the local people from that region, and that's, you know what, that's cool. It's a good name. Yeah. Let's see. Mike Shiny wants to know about Ceratosaurus. Ooh. Ceratosaurus. the horned lizard, of course. Yeah, Ceratosaurus is named horned lizard because of that big horn on its snout.
We've got a
Amazing! 70-million-year-old dinosaur eggs.
and they're perfectly preserved.
George from New York.
Huzzah!
Thank you for the 20 months of support, George from New York. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Ceratosaurus has got that big nasal horn there. Here, I sculpted and 3D printed a Ceratosaurus skull for a Halloween costume years ago. But there's that nasal horn right there. So that's where the name Ceratosaurus comes from. It means horned lizard. Which is funny, because we were talking about horned lizards earlier in the stream. Yeah.
Glue is cheap.
Anyway, good stuff. Therizinosaurus from Kissimmee 4. Or is it Kazamel V? Thank you for redeeming that. Therizinosaurus means scythe lizard. And this has got a really interesting history, actually. Therizinosaurus. Ooh, that's a beautiful one there. I like that a lot. This animal, this big Therizinosaur, it actually lent its group to this whole, it's named to this whole group of dinosaurs. The Therizinosaurs. These big plant-eating, scythe-clawed theropods. And the name means scythe lizard because, of course, it's got these big scythe-like claws. But when it was first found, it was thought to have actually been a turtle. Because the claws almost look kind of like turtle claws, except they're ridiculously huge. And, yeah. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, Therizinosaurus cheloniformis means scythe lizard, turtle form. Because when it was first found, it was thought to have maybe been a gigantic turtle. Yeah. Therizinosaurus cheloniformis. Generic name means scythe, reap, or cut. And cheloniformis means turtle. It's a turtle form. So little was known of Therizinosaurus at the time of the original description. Malayev, this paleontologist who described it, thought that specimen belonged to a large, 15-foot-long turtle-like reptile that relied on its giant hand claws to harvest seaweed. He really had no clue because all he had were these claws. That's all he had. Yeah, but then in 1970, Russian paleontologist Anatoly R. Rostovensky was one of the first authors to suggest that Therizinosaurus was a theropod dinosaur and not a turtle. Anyway, that's where the name Therizinosaurus comes from. It's a good thing that Malayev didn't name it Therizinemes or something, like Scythe Turtle, because then we would have had a dinosaur with a turtle name. And we would have had to keep the name. Because that's what happens with names, is even if they're incorrect, they still have to stay. Anyway, yeah. Here, let me scroll down to the bottom of chat. But yeah. And any deep dive on this species? But well, sure. Kasama, yeah. Yeah, Therizinosaurus is a really interesting animal, and there's a whole group of dinosaurs that, you know, Therizinosaurs, they're really weird and strange and cool. But yeah, let's see. Next up we've got from Arya Waifu, Plesiosaurus, which is not a dinosaur, but we'll do it anyway. Plesiosaurus is a marine reptile. So it's a kind of plesiosaur. There's all kinds of really big, weird, cool ocean reptiles during the age of dinosaurs. You've got ichthyosaurs. You've got marine crocodiles. You've got mosasaurs. You've got nothosaurs. You've got placodonts. And then you've got plesiosaurs, like these guys and these guys too. You've got long-necked plesiosaurs, short-necked plesiosaurs. But yeah. So these guys are not dinosaurs. Here. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? I like to break out this little graphic anytime we talk about this briefly. Dinosaurs start here. Everything that evolves from this ancestor is a dinosaur. That's how we classify living things, is based on their ancestry. Plesiosaurs are over here. So they're probably somewhere kind of close to maybe turtles. I actually think they're probably closer to lizards, but that's still a matter of dispute. But we know for sure they're not dinosaurs. Very different from dinosaurs in aspects of their anatomy. So they're very clearly not dinosaurs. But yeah. Anyway, plesiosaurus, I think means, I think it means near lizard. Like it's near to lizards. Let's look it up. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, plesios, near to, and sauros, lizard. So, this is one of the very first of the big, like, Mesozoic reptiles that was discovered. And they're like, well, what is this thing? It's big, and it's a reptile, and it kind of vaguely looks lizardy, so we'll call it the near lizard. It's near to lizards. We still don't really know exactly where they belong on the reptile family tree, but that's where the name comes from, Plesiosaurus. Yeah. So yeah. And George from New York. Alright. I'm glad you're here. But yeah. And then Ubirajara. Claire Burr, that's a good one. Ubirajara jubatus, which is now a non-official name. Oh, it's a long story. We'll briefly touch on it. Yeah. It's a theropod dinosaur. There's what once was the holotype specimen. Yeah. It's a little... we think it's probably similar to, like, Compsognathus and stuff. And Sinosauropteryx. We have a good sense that it looked like that, but this specimen had actually been illegally smuggled out of the nation of Brazil. And then some European paleontologists published on it, knowing that it had been illegally smuggled out of that country. And so the paper had actually been retracted after there was kind of an uproar about this. Yeah, there was a lot of people online raised their voices to repatriate this fossil back to its nation of origin. And it worked. So, Ubirajara, now we put this in quotation marks like this, because it's now an informal genus. So it's been kind of like it's been like sort of unpublished after the fact, if that makes sense. Yeah. This is an instance where it will be renamed. I'm not totally sure, Salamander. I don't know. Yeah. But the name means Lord of the Spear in reference to these spear-like projections, which may or may not be feathers or quills or something coming off from near its shoulders there. Yeah. Yeah, the generic name means Lord of the Spear in the local Tupi language, in reference to the elongate shoulder filaments. Yeah. So yeah. And is it possible they were just support structures for a skin frill, like with frill lizards? Frill lizards don't really have, like, rods supporting that, the frill, to my knowledge. They do if their hyoid bone is connected somehow, but, like, I don't think they have, like, struts, do they? It's not impossible, I guess, but the idea that I find a little bit more convincing is that it's almost like on a bird of paradise, they get these super long feathers like this on certain species. I would not be shocked if it were something like that. Yeah, but we need more specimens, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, Ubirajara, cool critter. Not from Latin roots, which is interesting. Yeah. Let's see. Next up, we've got Dreadnoughtus from Sloppy Salamander. That's a cool name. Yeah. It's named after a dreadnought. Well, I don't know if it's named specifically after a dreadnought like the battleship, but the name is supposed to mean fears nothing. It dreads not. Because this was a big animal. A big animal. Yeah. I wonder what they say in the original paper here. Because... Let's see. Here, let's take a look.
So you're looking at the remains of a new genus and species of dinosaur, the most complete skeleton ever found of a super massive animal. And in life, fleshed out, this would have weighed 65 tons. And to put that in perspective, a full-grown bull African elephant weighs about 5 tons. So you're looking at an animal that is equivalent to a dozen giant elephants smushed into one body.
Yep.
So everything about this dinosaur is giant. The femur is 6 feet tall. The upper arm bone, the humerus, is almost as tall as I am. The tail bones are gargantuan.
I agree, Salamander, yeah.
Muscle scars that show us that it essentially had a weaponized tail that was 30 feet long. One vertebra in the neck is over a yard across. So this incredibly large and muscled individual that would have feared nothing in its landscape. That evokes, to me, this class of turn of the last century battleship called the dreadnoughts, which were huge, thickly clad, and impervious. And as a result, I've decided to name this dinosaur Dreadnoughtus, or fears nothing. I think it's finally time that herbivores get their due. Other very large dinosaurs like...
So there you go. Yeah, I'll give you a link to this. Yeah, those battleships were not impervious, as it turned out. They were vulnerable to submarines. They were vulnerable especially to air attack. Yeah, it was the aircraft carrier that ended up ending the reign of the battleship in World War II. But yeah. But anywho, yeah. And now from Jody Fish, we've got not a dinosaur, but Pterasuchus. That means something crocodile. I'm not familiar with that critter. Pterasuchus. Oh, it's Teleosaurid crocodilomorph. Okay. Or crocodiliform. So this is an ocean-going... Wait, no, hang on. No, Pterasuchus. Yeah, there we go. I don't know where its name comes from. Something crocodile is the name. Yeah. The genus name is derived from the Latin word for nose, micto, and the Greek word for crocodile. So it means nose crocodile. It does have quite the snout. So that makes sense. Yeah. 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 Makes sense. Yeah. Like a gharial, Will 62. Yeah, these guys almost certainly would have been fish eaters primarily. You've got that longer rostrum condition like that. You know, anytime you've got a long, thin snout as a crocodile or crocodile-like animal, whether you're a phytosaur or a pseudoseuchian or a champsosaur or even an animal like a gar, that long, toothy snout like that, long, thin, toothy snout, you're gonna be like an obligate fish eater, snapping laterally in the water to catch fishes. Yeah. And salamander Lythronax. Ooh. I know off the top of my head what that means. Lythronax means the Gore King, or the King of Gore, King of Blood and Guts. Yeah, let's look that up. And salamander, that is a fun one, yeah. I remember when this animal was brand new, Lythronax, and we were first hearing about it. It is a tyrannosaur, like T-Rex, but it's from Utah. Not nearly as big as T-Rex, but yeah. I was at a meeting of the Dead Lizard Society in Bozeman, Montana, and Denver Fowler was there. And I remember his remark about this. We were reading we were discussing the scientific paper for this, the whole group there. And there's all this talk of endemism and like the geography of Laramidia and evolution and isolation and all this stuff. And Denver goes something like, oh, in this country you have all of these pharmaceutical commercials. And he's like, this sounds like it should be from that, you know? Sounds like the name of a drug that you would hear, you know, like in a pharmaceutical commercial. It's like, has Laramidia got you down? Ask your doctor if Lythronax is right for you. Yeah. But it does. It really does sound like that. Yeah. The generic name Lythronax means Gore King. And the specific name Argestes originates from the Greek poet Homer's name for the wind from the southwest, in reference to the specimen's geographic provenance in North America. Yeah, it's a neat animal, Lythronax. It really is. Yeah. Twice daily, Lythronax. Yeah. Are you feeling isolated? And Laramidia got you feeling isolated. So anyway, yeah, good stuff.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. And Jody Fish, Lythronax is from way earlier than T-Rex. I don't know if they really discuss, I don't know if they did any histo on the original to see if it was full grown, but it's from like 20 million years before T-Rex, I think. Yeah. Oh, and Real Men Grow Beards, another dinosaur that was illegally sold from Brazil. Beards, this is a funny one. Irritator. Well, it's funny and it's also heartbreaking at the same time. This dinosaur, Irritator, is a Spinosaurid from Brazil. Come to Brazil. Really interesting critter. It is so named. It's named Irritator because, well, here, I think they describe it in the Wikipedia article. Basically, it might have been some of the same authors who published on Ubirajara, but they were publishing on this thing that they know had been illegally smuggled out of Brazil. It was a black market specimen, basically. And, but because it was a commercial specimen, too, because it was something that they had purchased, the commercial fossil dealers from whom they bought it had messed up the skulls something fierce. They really royally pooched it. In order to try and get a higher price for it, they'd filled in missing bits of the skull with auto body filler. Basically, they had used like Bondo or something like that. The Brazilian equivalent of Bondo. They'd use that to fill in gaps in the skull. Because again, it's a commercial specimen. It's a further reminder, just do not buy dinosaurs. It's not a good idea. Do not buy dinosaur fossils. Because in more than one instance in the past, they've been filled with Bondo to try and make them look more complete than they are, you know? So yeah. The genus name comes from the word irritation, reflecting the feelings of the paleontologist who found the skull had been heavily damaged and altered by the collectors. Yeah. It's a tough one. I actually have the files to be able to 3D print a life-size irritator skull. And, I'm really excited to be able to do that at some point. But, yeah. Anyway, that's where the name irritator comes from. So there's lots and lots of different kinds of dinosaurs with different kinds of names. Oh, and the Lenina. Had you spotted this here, Lenina? Dinokairos. The terrible hand. That's what that name means. Yeah. Because originally all that had been found were the arms. And maybe like a few rib fragments or something else. But you just have these enormous arms that were like 8 feet long each, or 12 feet long. There's something, it depends on how you measure them. If you include the scapcoracoid, I think they're 12 feet long. But just nuts. And that's all we had. We didn't know what the rest of the animal looked like. And it was such a big mystery for a long time. And then finally, we found the rest of it. You know? And it turns out it was even weirder and cooler than anybody imagined. Yeah. Anyway. Dinokairos. The name means terrible hand. Deinonychus means terrible claw. Dinokairos, terrible hand. So yeah. Good stuff. And you know what? I think with that, it's probably time for us to wrap this up. We didn't get to talk as much about names. Maybe we'll continue this into tomorrow. We'll see, because there's so many other cool ones to cover. But yeah, I really have to go use the little paleontologist room, and I've got some other stuff I gotta do tonight. So let's go ahead and begin our wrap-up procedure here. And there's a Smilodon to put under our credits, because why not? Don't go away just yet, everybody. We're going to go right into somebody else, hopefully doing some science here on Twitch. Let's see who we've got. Let's see here. You know what? Science streams, I don't think is streaming tomorrow, so why don't we go right into Balint? See what he's up to?
Because our crew is the best. That is true. That is fact.
Yeah. Raid Science streams. There we go. Oh, and is it just Lita today? Oh, that'll be cool. Balint was here in chat earlier. I know Balint is traveling to a scientific conference. So I will not be having a crossover stream with Balint tomorrow because Balint is going to be presenting some science at a scientific conference. So that's going to be pretty neat. She's soloing while Balint is in DC. Very cool, Dame Karen. Very cool. Well, we are going to go raid in to Science Streams to say hello to Lita. So yeah, everybody, thank you to everybody who was named in our credits. Raiders and moderators, cheerers and gifters, subscribers and followers, even you quiet lurkers and you very vociferous chatters. I really appreciate you. Thank you for making this another fun stream. Hope you learned something today and hope you're eager to learn about some things tomorrow. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Let's go say hi to Lita. All right. I'll see you there, everybody.